W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning. It's the 16th of May, Baltic Business Forum, Świnoujście. I would like to welcome all of those who have survived to the first day of our very exhausting but also very fruitful forum. Today we're going to discuss about the rebuilding of Ukraine. The first panel, the first debate has been entitled How to Finance the Reconstruction of Ukraine with the Support of the European Union and the International Community. I'd like to invite Prime Minister Professor Marek Belka, Marek Kołtyn, Andrii Nikolajenko, Grzegorz Oszast, Mr. Ruslan Perun, and Mr. Mateusz Walewski. Good morning. I'll be standing here, if you allow me, because that gives me a good overview of the situation. Ms. Katarzyna Kowalska is with us, Deputy President of KUKA. We are very happy to have you here. Thank you. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the word reconstruction has been declinated in a variety of ways. Surely the reconstruction constitutes a great challenge to Ukraine and the international community, including Poland, the European Union, the entire democratic world. I would like to invite Professor Marek Belka to take the floor. He has a unique experience of granting international support on behalf of the democratic world. He has unique experience in banking and working for governmental bodies, working within the European Union institution realms. The keyword reconstruction of Ukraine, what is your perspective onto reconstructing Ukraine? Well, with this experience, that of course you've exaggerated, but well, I understand that you had to start somewhere. Prime Minister, Iraq. Well, maybe head back to maybe not differ, but maybe give a short disclaimer concerning the title of our panel. Namely, what it is really about is not about reconstructing Ukraine, but about building new Ukraine. I cannot imagine that anybody could imagine rebuilding the steel industry in the shape it used to have prior to the Russian aggression, and would not make the most of the new opportunities that grant themselves, and that Ukraine can benefit from, and that the European Union can benefit from. There are many real and potential partners that can benefit from the cutting-edge solutions. But referring to my Iraq-related experience, this is what comes to my mind. You need three things if you think about the operation of reconstructing a country. First of all, you need to have a partner in the country. It has to be the government that is competent and has control over the situation in the country. Then you need money, money, money. And thirdly, you need any kind of decent coordination of activities taken by all sorts of partners willing to participate in the process. So what does it look like when you think of Ukraine? As opposed to Iraq, here we stand a big chance. To have a stable, competent partner, and that is the beneficiary, Ukraine. We might have certain reservations about how the state agencies operated in Ukraine prior to the war, but these are the reservations shared by highly developed countries of Western Europe or the United States. But in the case of Iraq or other countries of the so-called global south that faced the challenge of undergoing a reconstruction, we can make no comparisons to Ukraine. What is more, there is a big chance that the central beneficiary can be strengthened through the operations of self-governments in Ukraine, because self-governments in Ukraine are not just theoretical constructs, unlike in many countries of Africa or Asia. Self-governments in Ukraine are factual self-governments. What is more, these self-governments or local governments can strike relationships with those in Poland, but also in other European countries, countries of the European Union. So I'm rather optimistic. As a part of Ukraine, we are likely to have the partner that we will be in a position to do business with. Now, money. Well, first of all, it has to be stated clearly that Ukraine needs a thorough reduction of its debt. I'm not sure whether the debt can be reduced by 100%. You cannot just erase it. But there is a general consent that steps will have to be made towards a very thorough reduction of Ukraine's debt. That's one thing. Secondly, what to do with the money of the Russian state or with those of oligarchs? And there are three issues here. First of all, there are legal issues. it does not always come easy in the legal systems of various countries. Sometimes it is possible, but not easy to handle that. Secondly, there is going to be a queue of foreign countries that have lost their assets in Russia by means of a natural process that is occurring. So, okay, we are not going to add anything to this argument. Another question is where to take the money from and what to spend it on. Now we are in the period preceding the reconstruction, and resources are needed to fill the current financing gap. And this gap is around several $billion or euro, if you prefer. And these resources are being directed to Ukraine. They are transferred. 18 billion euro is transferred to Ukraine from the European Union, the biggest donor. International Monetary Fund is another 15 billion, but it's not clear whether it is just a project concerning a single year or a multi-annual project. There are also other resources that are being created, but this current financial gap has to be filled at least partly in order to ensure the proper operation of the state. It's not the entire territory of Ukraine that is subject to warfare, which is a huge success of Ukraine in itself. But of course, money is needed, both the official money, the official support, and, more importantly, private capital will be decisive here in the long run. And in order for the private capital to be deployed, of course, the war has to come to an end. There have to be guarantee systems, both from states and international institutions. But here I understand that the colleagues here in the panel will talk about it in their capacity, and they are more competent to talk about it. In terms of financial resources, there will be sufficient resources. I'm sure about that. Ukraine is such an attractive partner that I'm sure that there will be no shortage of money. Of course, we always complain that this stream is insufficient, but the money will keep coming. The question is how the money is going to be spent. And now we are getting to the third factor, that is international coordination, that will be decisive for the success of the entire operation. And here I have some concerns. Thinking back to Iran, there was no problem there because we had a single partner that would decide about everything, and that was the United States of America. Here we have more candidates. On the one hand side, we have the United States of America that play an absolutely dominant role in terms of providing military support to Ukraine, but also they are interested in certain components of Ukrainian economy. I'm not sure whether it is true, but in Brussels there is a conviction that the majority of agricultural companies in Ukraine do not belong to Ukrainians, but constitute an international a set of international entities, including the ownership that can be ascribed to America. American interests in Europe are treated somewhat differently than the European Union's own interests. So undoubtedly, America, or I should say maybe America rather than the US, because we have another important partner that is not often mentioned, and I'm talking about Canada, that is very significant here, that certainly plays a major role in providing the necessary momentum to the support. And the European Union is about to enter into the negotiation process about the membership. This is not concerning huge amounts of money right away, but surely it involves considerable structural and institutional changes. What is more, the European Union for Ukraine means a single market in the future. That is why I have certain concerns about too many competitors entering the game. That is why there is this idea of turning G7 into a platform for cooperation and coordination. I need to say it's hard for me to imagine that because G7 doesn't even have its own secretary's office, a secretariat. I remember when we talked about it in the last year, and I said that I could not imagine this to happen. Then they started mentioning something about the World Bank, but still, this is not a partner. It can be one of important partners, but we cannot imagine the bank to be the coordinate. I don't know. I see certain issues, certain problems, and I think that we are likely to face a competition across different partners. And one thing, I apologize for taking so much time, agriculture. What has happened in recent weeks in terms of the grain coming to the European Union, that is something that we can treat as a wake-up call to the European Union. Of course, people knew before, but when something starts hurting, you start realizing that the problem is factual. Of course, Ukraine is a mogul in terms of producing agricultural produce, and its accession to the European Union and the single market will mean, first of all, the necessity of a thorough reform of agricultural policy, because farmers are given a special position, priority in many countries. Within Fit for 55, that is the European Green Deal, you can punish drivers, you can make people insulate the walls, but farmer cannot be told to do anything. Even though the farmer has no means to protect his interests physically, as used to be the case in the past. Still, you cannot, it appears you cannot impose anything on the farmers. I think that such a huge quantity of agricultural produce can be used by the European Union in its global game. So far, the European Union has been spending a lot in the countries of the so-called global south. You are not talking about emerging, developing, or third world countries, but you are giving them the label of the global south. So today, instead of investing into photovoltaics in Chad, maybe it would be a good idea to buy 500,000 tons of wheat from those American companies that operate in Ukraine and send it to Chad. Of course, the inhabitants of Chad would be happy, Ukraine would be happy, and the European Union would be in a position to say that finally it has become a global player able to compete against China that spent money in a completely different formula than the European Union does. So apart from issues, we can also hope for huge opportunities. a window of opportunity can open for the European Union. Surely, the accession of Ukraine, the new Ukraine, to the European Union will change the European Union. Maybe know how to benefit from it rather than unskillfully miss the opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime Minister. But, I'd like to ask an additional question. Don't put the mic away. Before the stream of finances comes to Ukraine for it to be rebuilt, there's going to be an issue of the debts that are taken so as to enable the regular operation of the country. After the war has come to an end, the country will not have enough resources to meet its obligations. In March, there was a conference you held in Warsaw, and you put forward a thesis there that was rather strong. Can you remind us what it was? It was about debt relief. In March, we heard from Prime Minister Belka that the debt should be relieved or even eradicated. Yes, this is what I started from. This country badly needs a massive debt relief. Ruslan Perhet is with us, and he will tell us about the picture of needs and estimates concerning reconstruction of Ukraine. Good morning, everybody present here in the room. I would like to thank you for the question. Well, the situation is that every day and every night is marked with bombing raids, drone raids. The Ukrainian cities are being bombed. Over recent days, we had multiple strikes on Kiev. There were attacks of drones. Luckily enough, the situation is that our air defense is working properly and is able to shut the drones down and missiles down, but all the attacks seem not to cease. I would like to present to you a few numbers from a register of destroyed property. Starting from February 22 to April this year, around 180,000 facilities of infrastructure have been destroyed, out of which 150,000 residential buildings. Can you imagine how much you need, how many resources, construction materials you need to reconstruct at least a portion of it? Some cities, such as Bakhmut, have been brought down to debris, so the needs are huge. At this point, the government of Ukraine and the Ministry for Territory and Infrastructure Development, together with Reconstruction Agency, have been working on introducing a single information and analytical system to manage the process of reconstructing the infrastructure of Ukraine. As mentioned, the register of destroyed property and damaged property has been introduced already. To my mind, it is necessary to start implementing the reconstruction efforts already, because multiple facilities have been damaged around Kiev and in other regions that are not subject to massive attacks, assaults and raids now, but they were destroyed because, of course, unfortunately, the Russian army is constantly attacking also other regions, well, practically speaking, all the regions of Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky on the 5th of April signed a memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Development of Territory and Infrastructure of Ukraine and the Polish Ministry of Development and Technology. So such a memorandum of cooperation and reconstruction was signed by Deputy Minister Kubarkov, that is responsible for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and from the Polish side, the signatory was Minister Buda.
Some more figures in 2023. We'll need about $14 billion for rapid reconstruction projects. This is how Ukraine will be able to pursue the most urgent projects in the field of reconstruction to ensure and keep the country running. Ukraine and the World Bank have agreed together and verified reconstruction and rebuild plans. And they are making some further estimates. In the energy sector, this is a project worth $500 million. For the transport sector, it's the Relink project, $585 million. For healthcare, this is a $370 million worth project. Under a special reconstruction program, with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, there's $6 billion. This is the amount that's allocated for this purpose, and the total amount that's going to be needed for the reconstruction of Ukraine is over $400 billion. In our opinion, the number of Polish companies that were registered with the Polish Agency for Foreign Investments. There are more than 200 of such companies, mainly from the construction industry, IT, infrastructure, and healthcare. The way I see it is that the process of reconstruction should be started now, and the companies that want to do it, that volunteer to do it, should enter into partnership with Ukrainian entities, for example, in the construction industry, and it should already start in Ukraine, because clearly Ukraine will need a lot of construction materials, for examples, and anything that's related to it. So technically, that would be the best way to do it, if such partnerships and companies could be established in the territory of Ukraine. That would create jobs for people displaced from the east of Ukraine and for those who had to flee the war and move to the west. These people got some new competences, new qualifications. They could use their knowledge and skills to help rebuild Ukraine. I think that what's phenomenal about Ukraine and the Ukrainian state is that during the war, during the times of aggression, the state keeps the process of digitization of its services. The information platform that you mentioned is supposed to connect the central resources and local government resources, and it will go live in January next year with all the functionalities there, with all the projects that have been approved, reconstruction projects. On this platform, you'll be able to trace the progress of any project. So any digital solution is an anti-corruption solution. In fact, it proves that there's transparency and that data is transparent and open. Despite the fact that there's war and you need to defend the state, the country is very much focused on investment projects. The president of Ukraine Invest couldn't be here with us today, but he's in the US encouraging the American investors to take part in the reconstruction process. But Sergei Tsivkach has prepared an interesting presentation for us on how Ukraine is trying to encourage investors to come to Ukraine.
Good day, and thank you for this opportunity today to speak to the distinguished audience. The Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, with G7 and EU partners, as well as financial institutions such as European Investment Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank launched the multi-donor agency coordination platform to support Ukraine's repair, recovery and reconstruction process. It will allow for close coordination among international donors, financial organizations, as well as ensure that support is provided in a coherent, transparent and accountable manner. This kickstarts a wider process with the aim of ensuring enhanced coordination amongst all key players, providing short-term financial support, but also long-term assistance for the reconstruction phase. Building on the results of the conferences in Lugano, Berlin, Paris and Rome to help bridge the gap between needs and resources. As to private sector partners, on the 5th of May, Ukraine reached an agreement with the management of BlackRock, the largest asset management company in the world, on the creation of an investment fund to restore the economy of Ukraine with the involvement of public and private capital. The creation and launch of the fund would make it possible to attract capital and start active reconstruction of the country's economy and creation of new enterprises immediately after the cessation of active hostilities and during stabilization of economy right now. The President launched the official fundraising platform of Ukraine, United 24. United 24 offers goal-oriented fundraisers with specific targets as well as communication campaigns in the media, featuring the platform's ambassadors. 100% of the funds are transferred to the official accounts of the National Bank of Ukraine, then assigned to relevant ministries, the Ministry of Defense, Healthcare, Infrastructure, and other central and local authorities. The funds from different accounts are never mixed and can only be spent in the direction specified by the donor. In order to attract foreign direct investments to Ukraine, we developed and implemented a variety of special regimes and incentives, including two main regimes of incentivizing investment in large-scale projects and industrial parks. For projects with over 20 million euros of capital investments, Ukraine provides state support in the amount of up to 30% of the capex in forms of tax and customs exemptions, lease of state or communal land, plots without option, construction of related infrastructure like highways, electricity and gas supplies. In addition to tax and customs incentives, private investors that are planning to develop an industrial park in Ukraine have an opportunity to use such financial instruments as full or partial compensation of interest rates on loans, non-refundable financing, compensation for connecting to engineering grids, as well as to other infrastructure facilities. Despite the existence of comprehensive regimes of investment support, Ukraine also provides investors with a variety of incentives for the priority sectors of the economy, including special tax regime for IT industry, temporary tax and customs exemptions for e-transport and aircraft manufacturing industries, financial support for agri-processing industry. Tackling corruption is on top of Ukraine's agenda. In order to create mechanisms for preventing and eliminating corruption, Ukraine has made significant efforts over recent years in the field of anti-corruption policy. As a result, a strong anti-corruption infrastructure has been developed, which consists of independent bodies, including the High Anti-Corruption Court as the higher specialized court in the judicial system, the mission of which is to conduct a fair justice in criminal proceedings for corruption crimes. The National Agency on Corruption Prevention as a state body that is responsible for shaping and implementing anti-corruption policy. The Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office as a special department at the General Prosecutor's Office that provides state supervision in criminal proceedings for corruption offenses. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine as a special law enforcement body designed for prevention, detection, termination, investigation and disclosure of corruption offenses. The State Bureau of Investigations as a special law enforcement body designed for prevention, detection, termination, investigation and disclosure of corruption offences, committed by high-ranking officials of anti-corruption institutions. The Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on the anti-corruption policy as the committee at the Parliament of Ukraine responsible for examination of regulatory amendments in the field of anti-corruption. As an example of continuous efforts on development of anti-corruption policy of Ukraine, on 11th of May 2023, the President of Ukraine adopted the Comprehensive Strategic Plan for reforming law enforcement bodies for 2023-2027. Among these strategic priorities of the plan is the complex digital transformation, which will lead to further elimination of corruption risks, development of transparency in the field of functioning of law enforcement bodies. Despite the unprecedented challenges, Ukraine Invest has been in constant contact with international business and investment communities from the first day of the full-scale war. It was our primary goal to ensure that our team is fully operational and is able to process investor requests for support 24/7. We focused on delivering on investors' key needs, relocation of production facilities, supply chains preservation, advocacy support on critical policy issues. As Ukraine was able to withstand the aggressors' attacks in the first months, business began to adapt and gradually find willingness and resources for new projects. Thus, our focus shifted not only from supporting businesses operating in Ukraine in these difficult times, but also spreading the message and projecting investment opportunities related to future reconstruction process through various platforms around the world. For example, together with ICC organized the International Investment Forum Rebuilding Ukraine with the Private Sector, attended by more than 1,500 participants from 63 countries, including 15 investment funds with total assets under management of more than $550 billion. Our promotional activities reached a total audience of more than 45 million people in Ukraine and around the world. Investment opportunities were presented at 28 international events related to Ukraine's reconstruction. As of today, our main priority is promoting investments and supporting investment projects in the most attractive sectors of Ukraine's economy, namely agri-processing, logistics, decarbonization, transport and manufacturing of building materials and furniture. Our recent initiative, Fit for Ukraine platform, is aimed to present the analytical basis and showcase investment projects in these sectors through a series of targeted online events for international audiences. As international companies such as Kingspan, Nestle, Unilever, Bayer and others announce, launch and implement their projects in Ukraine, our message to the world becomes even stronger. As of May 2023, we provide assistance to 16 investment projects of Ukrainian and international companies that are seeking investments and implement projects in Ukraine, totaling $2.3 billion.
Okay, this is a very special head of investment agency. Yesterday afternoon, he recorded this video, and today morning at LinkedIn, he already announced that 18 out of 18 missile shots were destroyed, including 6 hypersonic Kinzhal missiles. Long live Ukraine, praise its Ukrainian partners. This is the head of investment agency that also informs about the state of operations and about the efficiency of air defense of Kiev. We congratulate our friends from Kiev. But since we are talking about Ukraine Invest, we cannot forget about the Polish trade and investment agency, PAI, that took over the effort of coordinating the Polish rush to help Ukraine. It is in our nature that we have a lot of enthusiasm and great ideas, but it takes someone to curb it, to control it, and to direct it accordingly. We're very happy that within governmental institutions we have a body that decided to put an order to it, and I'm going to ask a question that I believe is not an easy one. Poland has a lot of goodwill, experts, companies, institutions that are dedicated to expanding its activities abroad, but we are weak capital-wise. So is this Polish will to rebuild Ukraine sufficient? Does it stand a chance of being used? Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy that as a member of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, I don't have to inform our clients that Poland is successful military, so that makes me safer than my Ukrainian counterpart, and I can focus on non-military related issues. That's one thing. Another thing is I spent 2 years working for Bank in Ukraine. That was some time ago already. So well, I can still say that I know Ukraine, and I know what challenges it is facing. I worked with Polish and Ukrainian entrepreneurs, but here I would count on the support of Professor Belka in answering this question. And with its mental support I need, I wouldn't ask and anybody to worry about the capital, because surely capital sources can be found. I would like to encourage you to consider 2 comparisons. I call it certain sets. We are talking here about reconstructing Ukraine and building a modern Ukrainian state. Surely you will find this common ground because both sets require reconstruction, but they are different. A lot of declarations have been made in the political sphere that are to be implemented here and now. Ukrainian citizens expect continuous support. But as politicians, as Ukrainian politicians rightly point, it is important for the world to focus on the vision of modern Ukraine, thinking 20 years ahead. Well, it seems that we joined the European Union yesterday, but it's been almost 20 years. See how fast the time flies. If we were able to look back, we would be thinking about whether we have introduced a sufficient number of reforms or not. It's been 20 years. Some 20 years is a lot of time with a lot of events happening on the way. So if I was to consider the future role of Ukraine, I'd divide or split this reconstruction into 2 components, the current one and the strategic one. In the strategic component, I would refer strongly to something that hardly ever emerges in discussions like the one we are holding today, namely to education in Ukraine. Today, 20-year-olds are those that don't remember much from the Ukraine as it used to be. They are in love with Ukraine. They don't die because they have to study or are students at secondary schools or primary schools. They have a lot of enthusiasm and love to their country. In 20 years' time, they will be taking power over in Ukraine. And to my mind, in this reconstruction of Ukraine, Ukraine should bet on this part, the strategic educational part, hoping that some of this generation will lead Ukraine of the future towards very ambitious developments. It's good to be introducing certain reforms that would bring Ukraine closer to attaining this goal. And one way to approach it is to analyze the situation in other countries such as Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, because they have been through this path as well. We are, of course, in a completely different position than those 20 years ago. Without a state-of-the-art country, without a very modern state, the same $1 billion that you need for reconstruction of Europe can be used with different efficiency. Either you rebuild the old Ukraine or you construct a modern state. And I believe that it is worthwhile going for option B. It is not worthwhile returning to what we knew 5 or 10 years ago, because in 20 years' time, the world is going to be a completely different place. So I'd encourage you to take this shortcut. How can Polish entrepreneurs handle that? I'm an entrepreneur, manager now working at where business meets politics. So from the point of view of an entrepreneur, what matters most is not a contract, an agreement, because that can be actually detrimental. You might remember Lower Silesia mines. A lot was promised, but companies went bankrupt because they had contracts that were not profitable. So from the point of view of an entrepreneur, what matters is certainty that the entrepreneur will be paid for their services. So if we have a mogul starting their operations in Ukraine, be it the one from Poland, Italy, Germany, whichever country, they are going to do well. But a medium-sized enterprise is not going to have an easy life. So in this case, the governments of Ukraine and that of Poland, in this case, has to guarantee the stability of the capital flows. And there has to be this guarantee of stability. Another element is going to be the one that matters from Ukraine's point of view. In a situation in which there is a huge deficit of capital, this capital has to be obtained somehow. So for Ukraine, this constitutes a challenge, but what follows an investment is also know-how. This is something that we have discounted pretty well in Poland. Whether we've been perfect in that, probably not, but we've done our homework. Almost 2,200 companies that we have in our portfolio. We know that we should be a certain guard. We shouldn't let all of them go to Ukraine. There will be a portion of those that will have contracts guaranteed by the government. They will have some collateral. Those smallest entrepreneurs that would like to establish a hotel, a restaurant, and the like, will handle well. But the hardest challenge is that smallest enterprises face. And I believe that the last phase would be the phase allocated to those medium-sized one, because the market, well, that used to be the market worth 50 million. Now, in the period of war, of course, the numbers are outdated. So I guess that's the sequence. First is the big ones that come in, then the medium-sized one, and Poland should guarantee certain investments and their profitability. And I don't think that the situation is dire, because we have learned how to win financing resources abroad. We are well recognized here as SPY, and we can support Ukraine with our knowledge in this respect. But this knowledge is not secret. Investments are strong where the state is strong. So in this respect, the power of the state in terms of the power of collecting and attracting foreign investment is what derives from the decisions made by the governments. And I think that Ukraine is on the right path. We've heard about the fight against corruption. We see that these efforts are made, but it cannot be the case that the judge of Supreme Court is caught red-handed. That's something that is a message that spreads, and that's detrimental, and that means that a few $1 billion will not get to Ukraine that could have, should this message not have been spread. Thank you very much. I'd probably beg to differ, because probably it's better to reveal that some misconduct has been discovered. Of course, you need to be courageous, and you have a lot of determination to reveal it, but it's good because you're showing that you're counteracting. In recent months, President Zelensky's team shows that there are not people that would not be subject to the execution of law. And well, you gave us the word guarantee or warranties that entrepreneurs need. And that leads me to thinking about an institution that is very important in our public life and in international turnover, KUKA.
The question I could ask to the Polish Export Credit Agency on behalf of all of us and entrepreneurs what KUKA has prepared. What is KUKA preparing for Polish entrepreneurs, for Polish businesses who not only want to trade with Ukraine, but also to those who want to help reconstruct Ukraine and rebuild Ukraine. Thank you very much. If you allow me, I have already listened to many interesting opinions and comments, but before I say something about what can be done, I think we should discuss what has already been said here, also what Professor Belka said, which is debt reduction. I believe that here we are in touch with other expert support agencies, and we are in touch with all those agencies involved in the reconstruction of Ukraine. We all know that this has to happen and this debt reduction is very much needed. The challenge that is now blocking the Polish Export Credit Agency, and I'm saying it on behalf of all the export credit agencies, is when this debt reduction will take place. What will be the timing? This is the 16th May today, so are we going to redeem the debt as of this date, or this date will be sometime in the future, in a year's time or 2 years' time? We don't know this yet, because we don't know when war will be over. And this is something that I must admit honestly, and I'm not talking about KUKA here, but the largest economies, like the German economy, is somehow blocked from being more enthusiastic in the process of reconstruction of Ukraine, is that we are afraid and they are afraid that if this date of debt reduction is sometime in the future, we don't know how to approach the new financing, and the new financing is very much needed. I believe that here it's essential that all discussions at the European level must be completed, and we need to define the date for debt relief, because if we are to start new investment projects in Ukraine and get involved, then that relief must be, date must be defined. And this should be high on the agenda so that the Polish and the European export credit agencies can get more active. The second important factor, and something that's very often emphasized, is the role of private investors in Ukraine. And I agree with that. An interesting fact I can tell you is that when it comes to the investment exposure of all export credit agencies all over the world, in Ukraine before the war, more than 70% of this exposure was based on private debtors. It means that only about 30% was for public procurement, something guaranteed by the state treasury in Ukraine. It shows how much private capital was involved, and I believe before the war, and I believe that this trend will continue. Another challenge that's on the way and that blocks the private capital and blocks financing from banks is that the Ukrainian Central Bank today, unfortunately, has a payment moratorium on financial services. It continues. And when it comes to public procurement investments, they are not blocked, but the first transaction supported by the state bank related to the reconstruction of a bridge in Ukraine was financed by a UK bank. Yet, if we were to talk about the private capital entering in full scale, unfortunately, the moratorium I have mentioned must be removed, and we need to know what is going to happen in the future with it. The Central Bank of Ukraine wants to remove the moratorium, at least when it comes to investments secured by the Export Support Agency. I believe that would be a brilliant first step because it will help the export credit agencies to finance those investments that are funded by private capital and not from public procurement. From the pragmatic point of view, this is crucial. The second thing I agree with is the need for coordination. I don't know how to put it nicely in diplomatic terms, who can win the most on the reconstruction and rebuild of Ukraine. I don't like this question. When I talk to export support agencies that represent their governments, I notice that most of them are not willing to do everything on their own. They don't want to monopolize any sector or a market. There's no export support agency that wants to have this artificial division from Lugano that divided Ukraine into different parts and allocated this part of the country to a different agency because we are perfectly aware of the fact that not everybody has entrepreneurs who perform best in different sectors. We need to support each other, complement each other. Many agencies are willing to step up financing. And here I would like to move to another aspect. I'm not here talking about the KUKA perspective. I'm also representing my colleagues from other export support agencies because it's not just a Polish problem. This is a problem that we are all facing and we're all trying to cope with. We do not compete with each other. We are talking with each other, in fact, and this is essential that on this level, we are really trying to coordinate our efforts. Here, a really good thing for Ukraine, and something that we want to promote, is to provide black financing. This is not just a non-returnable financing from the EU, CBRB, sourced or from anywhere else. We share the financing in different transactions. We share the risk and we can finance much more if we join our forces than if there was just one agency taking the risk for a single transaction, because then the single agency could join in many more projects and transactions. This is the challenge that's blocking our activities. Apart from this single transaction made by the UK, we haven't had any more. No expert support agencies working on any such transaction. At the moment, we are working on transactions in the field of public procurement, and that's a fact, that's the reality. When it comes to KUKA, well, you talked about the reconstruction of Ukraine. The way we approach the rebuild of Ukraine is that we don't only focus on large infrastructural projects. We want to keep the country running, keep the Ukrainian businesses running, restored the trade, we secure the trade with our financing. And what I would like to emphasize strongly here, well, you mentioned the credit risk. The way I see it, and from my experience in KUKA, the credit risk for Ukrainian companies is relatively low. I would like to compare it to other European countries. In the Ukrainian market, the relevant indicators are much lower than in the UK, for example. The Ukrainian companies are paying their liabilities, and this is how they can handle the liquidity and sustain their companies. The risk that we all fear is the political one, in fact, including the risk of war. But the payment regime in Ukraine is there, and it's really good, even when compared with other European companies. The turnover we secure are the same as in the pre-war times. When it comes to the reconstruction of Ukraine and the investment projects, here I agree with Professor Marek Belka. Turkey is the biggest competitor. In fact, why am I saying this? Well, because if other EU countries, the US or Canada, are active and start their investment projects in Ukraine, I believe they will be happy to rely on our companies in their efforts. Even if we are not the leader of anything that's happening in this reconstruction market, I think we will be strongly involved in the reconstruction process. We are making an effort for those countries to get us involved. But Turkey is a different story. First of all, they have a very strong EPC of contractors, the general contractors for large infrastructure. They have a huge experience in large infrastructural projects, much bigger than Polish companies, unfortunately. And thirdly, they do not need us for those transactions and projects to be completed. They can do it on their own. I think Turkey is going to be a big competitor here for Polish companies, and they will not need Polish companies in their supply chains, for example. What we are trying to do is to lobby in the Central Bank of Ukraine so that the investment project supported by the Polish Export Credit Agency could get financing, and so that Ukraine could get this money. We are working on infrastructure projects already today, and I must be honest that there are no transactions with Italian companies, but some other export support agencies approached us. The goal of KUKA is to get Polish companies involved, clearly. We are hoping for as many Polish companies doing it as possible. I hope that in the next quarter we will announce a program, launch a program to support the investment efforts. Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much for mentioning Turkey, because I believe that it will help us promote the Polish-Turkish Chamber of Commerce. We have the gift of foresight, and we have a couple of years ago invited Burak Pelivan, head of the Association of Turkish Businesses in Ukraine, the largest Turkish business organization in Ukraine. We met with the council of this association in Kiev a couple of years ago, and we met with Burak. There's $4.5 billion contracted for 2021 in Ukraine. So there are some strong Turkish construction companies with engineers there, and they are very active still. There was some problems in the communication between Turkey and Ukraine. No flight connections. Our friend Burak Pelivan started a flight connection between Katowice and Istanbul so that the Turkish entrepreneurs could travel to Ukraine more easily. But we don't treat Turkey as a competition. Marek Nowakowski is here with us. He's the head of the Polish-Turkish Chamber of Commerce, and it so happens that he is a member of the Europe Northeast Association. So we predicted the situation, and we were aware of the fact that we need to communicate with Turkey. I agree with that. Yes, we have arrived at this conclusion as well. That's why we're trying to cooperate with the largest Turkish contractors, and I hope they are happy about this cooperation. That's why I need to mention that, well, we don't treat them as competitors. In fact, we want to enter into cooperation with those Turkish contractors in order to use it in the future for a good purpose. Right. This was a festival of what we wish for, but how to do it, how to implement it, we need regulations. We have Andrei Nikolayenko here, a Ukrainian deputy. And the question, apart from Poland, who's your ally in the reconstruction of Ukraine? We want to be aware of our competition. So please tell us.
З наших учасників не мають перекладу. Я можу говорити англійською, якщо це буде простіше. Ну, просто, мабуть, окей, то українською мовою окей.
English, if you want, because many people don't have the headsets. All right, I'll speak Ukrainian. The competitors of Poland will be all European countries and countries of the world, even those countries which are neutral at the moment or are secretly supporting Russia, like India or China or some other Asian countries or the countries of Latin America. Everybody's looking and viewing the reconstruction of Ukraine as a good business opportunity. But we talk a lot to our Polish friends. Yesterday, a Polish journalist asked me this question. I said that the strategy of Ukraine concerning the joining the EU is pretty straightforward. If you ask an average Ukrainian what Europe do they want, because Europe is different. There's Portugal, the Netherlands, Poland, Greece. Everyone would say Poland. This is the Europe we want. The Ukrainians want to join Poland, but they want this Europe to be Poland-like. And the reason behind it, actually, there's a couple of reasons behind it. Reason number one is that our cultures are similar. We're living in close proximity. Poland is a country that has provided the greatest assistance and support to Ukraine in those hard and difficult times. Poland accepted a lot of Ukrainian refugees. And I would like to actually apologize because not Ukrainians behaved the way they should, but we have many things that we share, like UEFA Cup in 2012 that we organized together. In order to organize this football event, we have established a special committee. Roads, stadiums, and infrastructure was being built back then. The reconstruction project we are facing is a much bigger one. As Professor Belka mentioned, what we need is a proper coordination and moderation. I have actually changed my speech after listening to what you've said, because you've said something very interesting. Reconstruction or constructing anew. We don't have to focus on the word reconstruction itself. You have reconstruction if you're rebuilding something that got destroyed, like a school or a hospital. But if you think about what the Europe needs and Ukraine needs, and this is supposed to be something we all want, not just what the Ukraine wants. Everybody should remember what the Ukraine is for, what's the Ukraine we need, not just about what's the vision of Ukraine the Ukraine has. This should supposed to be a good place to live. Ukraine shouldn't be just an agricultural asset. What we need is an open dialogue, an honest, open dialogue. That's what our leaders are saying. The Lugano conference, two-day conference with long speeches. We've heard about 700 billion. Today we're talking about 400 billion. Where did this 300 billion go to. This is a big difference in the cost estimates. We need to start a professional discussion when talking about 400 billion. We're talking about the estimated cost of reconstruction. But if we are to talk about creating Ukraine anew, then there are many more opportunities, and there will be a space for all the companies, both Polish and Turkish and other ones. And if the Ukraine wants to become Ukraine 2.0, Ukraine must rely on the Polish experience and Polish technologies, together with Ukrainians who will be rebuilding their homeland. I've worked in Korea for 6 years as a diplomat, and I have seen a country that was built anew. So I have a couple of possible scenarios for the future. A lot has been said about Iraq here as well. I don't want the reconstruction of Ukraine to resemble the reconstruction of Iraq. Iraq is not a part of Europe, with all due respect. And Ukraine is a part of Europe. Ukraine, with the army we have created together with you and together with your military support, and hand in hand with the Polish army, being a future member of NATO and the European Union, we will help defend the entire Europe, because Russia has its imperialistic logic and will not change it even if Russia loses this war. Sooner or later, I believe Russia is going to return, be it after 40 or 50 years, return with this imperialistic attempts, taking into account the size of our country and the economic structure and the military structure. We can be the shield to defend not only our closest European neighbors, but the European civilization as such. We've talked a lot about money today. We've talked a lot about opportunities which are out there. But if we are building something, we need more things than just money. We need people, we need human resources, we need engineers, and the Poles and the Turks cannot replace the Ukrainians. So we need to re-attract Ukrainian refugees. Another thing is the education. Today, it's not popular in the Ukraine to be an engineer. The most desirable job is in IT. Young people want to become lawyers or IT specialists, and we need engineers. We need to reform the educational system. If there are some technical universities, they are in very poor condition in Ukraine. We would like to thank Poland here for educating our students. You have really high educational standards in your schools of higher education. This is a challenge for Ukrainians, to those Ukrainian students who were studying in Poland. They will return to Ukraine with this brilliant educational background and cultural knowledge, and I'm hoping that these young people will help rebuild Ukraine. This is what happened after the war in Korea. The people of Korea fled the war and then returned to rebuild their homeland. The Marshall Plan that's often recalled when talking about the reconstruction in Ukraine is something important. I don't like to make such a comparison between our efforts and the Marshall Plan, but lesson number one from the Marshall Plan is that it wasn't a project born in Europe for a single state. It was a part of a great global plan to do something in the post-war Europe. Ukraine Reconstruction Plan, or Ukraine 2.0 project, is a much bigger one. And what will follow is the EU integration. Just like it happened after World War II, Europe got united, and we could. This is a lesson learned for us. We want Ukraine to be needed by Europe. We want Ukraine to. We don't want Ukraine to remain outside European borders and EU borders. Back then, in the times of the Marshall Plan, it was clear who provided the financial resources. It was the US. Now we need to remember that big money is involved. Back then it was the US, but now it's not going to be a single country, a single institution, a single man. We need a coordinator, we need an institution to coordinate and disperse the resources for reconstruction. What will be the priority here? Such priorities are not always aligned. I'm thinking here about the priorities of the West and Ukraine. If we're talking about what Ukraine wants, well, it's about entities that will not be that favorable for partners and will need the money anyway. The Ukrainian budget is based on foreign partners, 100%. What the Ukrainian economy is producing finances the army at the moment. We also receive some foreign equity. I work in the banking sector. In the early days of the war, we made an assumption that the monthly needs will be at the level of 5 million. Now the figures have doubled, and we need 9 billion per month. This is the money we are receiving every month. Just finishing, we need to understand that without private equity, we will never be able to reconstruct the Ukraine. 400 billion is the money we are going to need for this effort. But it's a matter of time. We need the time, we need the effort in order to build a big Ukraine, great Ukraine, as an ally of the eastern flank of the European Union. We need private investors for this, and we need NATO. We also need some anti-corruption procedures in place. I feel sad that such corruption stories happen, but nobody's sacred, nobody's saint. There are no saints there. If there's corruption, those who are guilty of it must be punished. Now, how will the money be disbursed? How is it going to be allocated? We know the Marshall Plan. Germany and Austria created special organizations that helped disperse the resources back then. We need to know the risks, and the National Bank of Ukraine, which is the regulator, must be more market-oriented, because what we're seeing now after the first response to the war is that the National Bank of Ukraine was too stringent in its approach to the Ukrainian economy. It doesn't motivate the private banks to stimulate the economy. There's no support from private investors in Ukraine at the moment, and it's essential for this present Marshall Plan for Ukraine to be faster. In the past, all necessary resources were provided after 3 years, but for this to happen efficiently and transparently, it must be taken care of What happened in Lugano? Well, it was presented nicely. I'm thinking about the figures because this is road to nowhere. And we need to create a forum where we will say it honestly. Who is responsible? Who can do what in Ukraine? Another essential thing is the role that can be played by the local governments. It wasn't the case in Korea or in Iraq. For the time being, that's all I can say. You pointed out the local government. Diana Barinova of the group of local government officials from Ukraine is here with us. And whenever we talk about the reconstruction and rebuild of Ukraine, we are aware of the fact that it cannot be done against the Ukrainians. We don't want to arrange your homeland the way we want it to be. It should be inclusive. We have Mateusz Walewski here, who is the chief economist of the Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, the bank of Polish local governments. What is your advice, the advice you could give to the Ukrainian friends, how to divide the stream of financial resources, how to divide it into the money for the government and the local government? Well, I'm a member of two panels. What you're asking me about is something I wanted to say tomorrow during the local government panel. All right, so we can say something today still.
I've been thinking for a long time what I would like to tell you, and I'd like to base my contribution onto two sentences that you might remember. They recurred. Marek Belka expressed them twice. First of all, reconstruction and construction of the state, and then coordination. In terms of construction, reconstruction, many speakers have mentioned that. We didn't say that much previously, haven't said that much so far about coordination, but that is something that I will refer to, continuing my contribution tomorrow in the local governments panel. So let's focus on reconstruction versus construction. President Kowalska mentioned who is going to benefit from the reconstruction and first and foremost construction. The Ukrainians are supposed to be the major benefits, but we are bankers here, so in terms of the physical process, it is mostly the owners of capital who is going to benefit, and we are not the owners, not us Ukrainians, not us Poles, but we are talking here about the biggest capital exporters in the world, read Americans, Germans, Canadians, Swiss. The biggest companies, corporation owners, they are the ones who are going to physically, financially benefit most and profit most from the reconstruction. We can benefit from the reconstruction in this way that we will participate in it together with the Turks, and we can build such sectors around it. We can enhance IT, construction, service sectors, just like the Turks did with the construction business. So let's build capital owners, let's build big companies. And I'm talking about Poles, companies from Romania, Czechia, maybe not that much from Hungary at this point. Let us try to build these capacities, benefiting from our participation in the reconstruction of Ukraine. This is our task, and of course the bank I represent, BGK, also finances investments together, hand in hand with KUKA. We give financing. KUKA offers insurance, so Polish companies would profit as subcontractors of big international corporations that will be providing financing. BlackRock's head is one of the main advisors to President Zelensky. So these are those who are going to manage the capital and going to provide the capital. Our role here is completely different, but not less important in the process of reconstruction. Now let's move on to the process of constructing of a modern state. Again, the main beneficiary is supposed to be Ukraine. Coordination, I should talk about that as well. Right, so step back, I'm returning to the reconstruction coordination. We've touched upon the topic of who's supposed to coordinate it. I think it is the Ukrainians who should coordinate it. And they do not have, at this moment at least, an institution that could do that. Maybe there are plans to create such a body. Anyhow, I believe that the establishment of such an institution or body is of utmost importance, because a reconstruction coordinated from outside is likely to lead to an unsuccessful endeavor. So it's best to coordinate it from inside of Ukraine. Central European Policy Analysis has published a report of 400 pages on reconstruction of Ukraine with its different aspects. And that was the very first recommendation of the report. Ukraine has to create an institution to coordinate the reconstruction. It can, of course, be supported by, for example, the European Union, so the Commission, or the World Bank, but it has to be a Ukrainian institution that coordinates its reconstruction. Our role as Poland, our role as the BGK bank, we are the developmental bank, the biggest developmental bank in this part of Europe, and we differ from similar institutions in other countries of Europe, is that we are in a similar economic situation as Ukraine. So again, we are the beneficiaries. We've been building a modern economy for 30 years now. We're not reconstructing the country, but we are constructing a modern market economy. So our experiences are closer. We, the BGK, we, the Poles, we, the Romanians, we, the Czechia. So the entire region, the Three Seas region that we've heard about a lot, also from Mark Brzezinski. The US is a great advocate of this initiative, and the Three Seas project is very much supported. Moldova is also a partner country to it. Hopefully, following the victory over Russia, freed Belarus will also become a partner in this endeavor. And not many people know that also the Germans are partners within the Three Seas initiative. So all of us can help. And now, smoothly, moving on to the construction of the new state. Again, our role is crucial because we have experience of building market economies. We've been gaining this experience for 30 years now. We have published a report, The Varieties of Transition Experiences of Central Eastern Europe, Lessons for Ukraine. We gave it an English title because we wanted it to reach an international audience, and we believe that the transformation experience of our region is very important. It encompasses a number of best practices and lessons learned for Ukraine. We've managed to achieve a lot. We have numerous successes across Europe, but also many problems that Ukraine is likely to face, and these are related to reconstruction. Croatia is now a region too that had to reconstruct itself and had issues resulting from war. This is an example. For example, how to take care of the veterans. This is a huge challenge that Ukraine will also have, a huge social challenge related to the aftermath, the results of war. And again, we do have experience in the region. So another lesson learned. We have also a problem in the region with oligarchs taking over economies. The economies of the region are highly marked by the presence of oligarchs. There are highly corrupted economies also within the European Union family. But our region, again, appears to have a lot in common because we've been building market economies in the region. So we all can support Ukraine in building a state-of-the-art, modern market economy much faster than we have. Russia, as we've heard, is going to fail, but Russia will return. The imperial spirit is very much rooted into Russia's mentality. Maybe we shouldn't mention the notion of the soul, but we all know what it is about. So they will come back, and we need to realize that. I don't think that Ukraine has the comfort of having 30 years to build the economy that will be able to sustain the biggest army in NATO, not in 30 years' time, but much earlier. We heard about it a lot yesterday, so I'm not going to return to the topic of Ukraine and the NATO and its path towards the European Union. But perhaps it has 10, I hope, for sure, maybe 15 years, I hope, maybe not more than 20 years to be ready with its market economy. It has to be the country of happy people, affluent people by then, people eager to defend their country, not the ones who have left to other countries. And well, what Ukraine has something that we didn't have. We had diaspora, the foreign Polish community, but not as big as Ukraine has. I attended a conference of Polish-Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce. There were a few hundred representatives of Ukraine, including IT experts, and I hope that they return to their country. Then it will be very beneficial to Ukraine. Of course, with our support, Ukraine will reconstruct the country, again, drawing from the experience. There are similar beneficiaries in the same situation. So I believe that once the experts return, Ukraine has a bright future ahead. Mr. Marek Kołtun is with us, plus Factor Advisory Company representative, for some time now also the representative of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce in Wrocław. We've talked about phenomena, processes, perspective, and a small-sized entrepreneur comes to Plus Factor. What is the question that they ask in the context of Ukraine? First of all, I would like to thank you for this honor of sitting here on stage with you in this panel. I would like to share a different perspective on all the processes that we've been witnessing today that concern Polish and Ukrainian economies and their relations. As you mentioned some time ago, we should start as soon as possible to think and act towards reconstructing Ukraine, or actually constructing the new Ukraine. We are the closest and most committed neighbor of Ukraine in terms of interpersonal relations with Ukrainian companies as well, so we have a lot to offer. And here I would like to refer to what we've heard from Mateusz Walewski, our know-how. I represent the factoring industry in Poland. I've been listening to what Mateusz has said over the last 22 years that I've been witnessing in Poland. I'd say that our experience in our industry can be quickly transferred to Ukraine. We've heard that what is needed is a partner that we can do business with. There are numerous Ukrainian companies in Poland, but there are also more and more companies that operate in Ukraine but are searching for solutions in Poland. We've been holding talks with companies that are based in Kiev or Lviv, and they ask us how to participate in the projects here in Poland. So we can see that there is interest in tightening those relationships. The companies need orders first and foremost, and I think that the government is to generate the demand so that all the things that are to be reconstructed, built anew, arranged anew, it will all have to be managed top down. But apart from the orders and what has to be done, of course, these investments have to be financed. Well, blood circulates around human body, providing whatever needed, and also the circulation of money provides us basic function. There is financial fluidity, and we here, as the factoring industry have a lot to offer to Ukraine. 3 weeks ago, there was a big panel held with FCI, which is our international organization bringing together factoring companies. The idea is to use the capital, I'm talking about financing, trade finance, in order to support the Ukrainian companies, and all the speakers made it clear that without supporting small-sized enterprises, over 90% of Polish GDP is generated by small and medium-sized enterprises. Probably similar is the case in Ukraine. Most of those happy, prosperous people will be working in those small and medium-sized enterprises between 5 and 10 employees. If they have financing for their activity and the big projects financed from the European Union and the European Bank for Construction and Development, they will be also granted some streams of financing, and they will be willing to operate in Ukraine. If they are not granted any kind of financial support, then even the big projects will be progressing slowly, and there will be fewer and fewer people willing to stay in Ukraine. Without financing, they will not want to stay. We as the factoring industry can say that we've had positive experiences. We started 30 years ago. There were 4 factoring companies that established a single body. That's an example of how it can be done, so that you can implement the ideas quickly. So 4 companies back then established a single organization, factoring organization, and through this organization they further spread the news, inviting other companies and creating a legal framework, and that's of utmost importance. The legal framework is indispensable here. They kept inviting ever new banks. Now, after 30 years, many European colleagues from the factoring industry treat the Polish factoring as a paragon to follow. We very quickly leaped to the European average in terms of saturating GDP with factoring. Our market is also hugely competitive. There is a number of companies providing factoring services, and for many companies in Poland that benefit from these solutions, it is a great thing that they can select a partner to their liking. And also there is this enormous support that can be granted by KUKA. I would like to tell you that KUKA is, I believe, the first and only organization in Europe that already in June last year, so imagine, I guess on the 13th, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Madam President, but I guess on the 13th of June, a resolution was adopted and a huge package of credit warranties was granted by KUKA trading credits, and that was a huge support, supporting Polish exporters cooperating with Ukraine. Now, if we show this experience, share it with Ukraine, if we already teach young Ukrainian people, and we have the pleasure of employing many Ukrainian employees, even yesterday I said that their maturity is hugely impressive to me in terms of how aware they are and how motivated they are to do something good in their lives. And so given all that, I believe that Ukraine is going to be a wonderful country where Ukrainians, but also part of our Polish population, want to work and live. Thank you very much. It's difficult to sum up a discussion that is to continue, but what is a common ground to all our contributions, and it can be a message for the future, is that we are not only talking about the reconstruction, but also construction of Ukraine. We should reconstruct it as coordinated from inside by Ukrainians. We need to build on the experience of the transformation of the region and of Poland within this region. When tomorrow we meet Professor Marek Belka that had to leave us today, please tell the Prime Minister that I would like to thank you for an evening from a year ago, the 14th Baltic Forum, where we sat together as experts and we discussed how to support Ukraine. The Prime Minister was there, and it was his idea to establish a project to work towards reconstructing Ukrainian entrepreneurship. This is the project held by our chamber under the patronage of Professor Belka with a huge support of Polish American Film Foundation. It's addressed to small and medium-sized enterprises and Ukrainian local governments. This is where we see our mission, and I would like to invite you to cooperate with this platform to work for the reconstruction of Ukrainian local governments. I would like to thank you, thank all the participants of the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the next session dedicated to banking and insurance. I have the honor of having this session with a group of distinguished gentlemen, Mr. Józef Wancer, patriarch of the Polish banking, Mr. Zbigniew Szołyga, General Director of PZU Ukraine, Alexander Duda, from Ukrosip, oh, he's not here, Piotr Kaczmarek from Getin Holding, Wojciech Tarasiuk, Credo Bank, and Paweł Wódkę, Future Processing Ukraine. Last night was very disturbing in Ukraine. My friends from Kiev said that it was an exceptional night because the Russians fired a lot of drones targeted at Kiev, and they fired 6 with the supersonic missiles, and they all got neutralized by the Ukrainian air defense. I would like to thank the Ukrainian partners and the Ukrainian soldiers that the defense system is effective, and I want us all to thank them. When we read such news, whenever Ukrainians read such news and learn such news, it's just they realize that things will come to an end, that this is going to end, that the time will come when bankers will need to get active because the time will come where they need to step in and do their job. Poland is the closest neighbor of Ukraine. Poland understands Ukraine best, and I believe that Polish bankers will be the first to enter the Ukrainian market to do things. And I would like to ask Paweł Wódkę to tell us how it happened that we have so many Ukrainians in Poland, and some Polish companies stayed in Ukraine, and it is quite successful. How did it come to this? Thank you very much for this question. We, as an IT company in Ukraine, we have been present there for 6 years. And what I would like to emphasize is that since day 2 of the war, the full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, we've been actually doing business as usual. We've had quite a lot of challenges in terms of infrastructure, in terms of providing security, training the staff, transforming our premises. For example, our biggest conference hall became a shelter due to its location and structure. Sometimes people have to work at night. We used to have some problems with internet connection as well, but we were able to handle it all. And our clients didn't even feel it. They weren't aware of the fact that we had such problems. So we delivered and we performed as usual. And it's not just us. The question is, why are we able to do business as usual? Well, the reason behind it is that the financial flows in Credo Bank are as usual, and in any crisis situations I could rely on the support of the management board. I could ask them about security. Sometimes my mundane problems were solved immediately. And this is a brilliant opportunity to thank the management board for it. And in relation to the previous panel where President Ashust mentioned that many years ago, when I wasn't working in the company I'm working today, he was the guy who encouraged me to go to Credo Bank whenever I need anything in financial terms. And I recalled this meeting with him today and told him about it. And this is the way the banks operate. And I believe it's a good idea to think about what we can do together in order to make it possible for Polish investors enter the Ukrainian market, to offer them solutions that would give them a competitive edge, because we want to have a competitive edge as compared to other foreign financial organizations. And maybe we can do something cool together. During the previous session, Professor Belka said that in order to build Ukraine anew, we'll need a lot of factors. One of such factors is financing. Many people will turn to banks for financing. This shouldn't come as any surprise, because the state turns to banks so that the banks could provide financing and buy securities, state securities, and financing now is possible only via securities from the Ministry of Finance. And banks are very willing to help here, because financing commercial projects involves a lot of risks, whereas financing the state is something that the banks are willing to do, because it helps maintain liquidity of the country. And there's also a new challenge on the way, because at a certain point the state will not need such instruments to maintain the liquidity, and then this financing should go to the real sector. Now the question is, how are the banks preparing for it? What are they doing today? What is there to finance in the private sector? And what are the visions of where this financing should go to once we win this war? Now I would like to ask Mr. Tarasiuk to share his experiences about the banking reality in Ukraine today and about the prospects for the future. Thank you very much. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that this for Poland, we should define it clearly. What is the macroeconomic situation of the banks in Ukraine? Let's assume that the interest rate without any risk is 25%. This is the reference point for any investments from the perspective of the equity owner. The equity cost should be 25% plus something, plus some profit margin, and this is a challenge for the effectiveness of any project and any business, because there must be some return on investment for any project. What it means is that only the most effective companies with a very high liquidity are interested in getting a loan under such conditions. When it comes to banking operations itself, if there are conditions created by the banking system and there are relevant regulations in place from the National Bank of Ukraine and the banks can invest and such interest rates are offered, we are looking for alternatives to diversify our portfolios. And this is a challenge you have also addressed. Part of the liquidity that's out there on the market is used for securities of the National Bank of Ukraine, and it's also part of the dilemma of today. From the perspective of the last 12 months, the banks, in particular banks with foreign equity, changed their balance structures. Their balance sheet doesn't include that many loans, in particular for retail clients, and the companies are looking for better solutions. To make it more general and to give you a current perspective, I think that Ukraine is quite lucky that the share of banks with public equity is very high at the moment. And those banks are playing a certain macroeconomic role, which means that they want to provide bank loans to stimulate the economy to a greater extent than private banks do. And this is no surprise. We've had this in Poland, but this is also a lesson to be learned, because this safety buffer should be there in every system, in every situation, in every banking system. What about the future? Well, like in any business, we need to look for solutions that offer safe investments. And we are looking for such solutions in collaboration with international institutions so that our loans and the risk involved in granting those loans can be mitigated through the involvement of some international institutions. I believe you see the client flow. The chamber and the banks are the bridges through which businesses go and through which they're trying to pass together. What types of investors are out there? What types of projects are out there? Well, honestly, we're not talking about any long-term projects today. We're talking about keeping the liquidity, maintaining the liquidity. In any discussions of the management board, we're talking about keeping the companies running and keeping their liquidity. This is fundamental to help clients persevere through the hardest times. I don't see any special sectors in spring in Ukraine. We know that the agriculture is the sector that needs financing very much, and it appears reasonable. Then we'll need to think about how to create the security system and make Ukraine attractive for investors. That's when we will start analyzing the reconstruction conditions. And I'm thinking here about reconstruction and not the Ukraine 2.0 project. And there will be time to talk about financing projects. And today is the time to talk about how you can discount something that's the natural competitive edge of Poland over other partners, and a natural element of collaboration between Poland and Ukraine, that is the entire sphere of logistics and transportation projects, all the projects that involve the flow of goods, because it offers both safety and the desirable rate of return on investment. Do you think there are some natural risks, apart from, the risk of missiles and drone attacks? Are there any distractors or any obstacles that prevent the projects from being delivered in Ukraine? I'm thinking about the zones where there are no military operations. Well, the biggest obstacle now, and all those who are involved in the Polish-Ukrainian business know it, that the biggest infrastructural and regulatory obstacle is the border. We know that this appears to be the biggest obstacle, but it can be solved clearly. This is not a tremendous challenge, but for some reasons we cannot handle this. When it comes to other spheres, nothing unusual. The question was off the mic, I'm sorry. The money transfer. Well, you need to understand where Ukraine is coming from. The money transfers protect the budget, and I agree with that. Thank you very much. Well, whenever there's development and growth involved, you need to think about the investment climate. There was a case in Ukraine of Getin Holding. I would like to ask Piotr Kaczmarek to say a few words about Getin Holding experiences in Ukraine. Thanks a lot. I'll start by introducing myself. I've been the head of the supervisory board of our bank in Ukraine. I've worked in the banking sector for the past 8 years. I've lived in Kiev for 8 years. So I have loads of memories and experiences that became inspirational enough for me to write a book about the Ukrainian soul entitled Eyes to the East. But I'm here as a person who's a banking expert, and I'm supposed to share some comments and observations about how banking is being done in Ukraine. But I would like to start from sharing my observations with you and not answering your question first. We are, talking about the situation in Ukraine and the banking in Ukraine from afar while sitting here. But we must admit that Ukrainian banks from day one were on the front line. I believe you, ladies and gentlemen, can imagine what was the size of the banking collapse and the state collapse if the system went down. The role of the central bank is crucial, it's undeniable, but banks became institutions that had to ensure the sense of basic comfort to the citizens, and they had to ensure that the public had access to their bank deposits and their money. Those of you who have worked in the banking sector know that we draw business continuity plans about what we're going to do if this or that happens, if our servers get flooded, and so on. But all those scenarios had no mention of mass blackouts, of a state of war, blackouts that last for days and not hours. As a result, the banks were forced to make a great technological and organizational effort, and they passed this test. And I'm saying this with pride, that there wasn't a day where the bank branches or ATMs would be closed. We learned to live with a diesel generator, power generator, and this diesel generator had to work for 72 hours. And there were even more challenges because this equipment couldn't work continuously. You know, certain projects that take 2 years in Europe were done over a span of 2 months in Kiev in order to keep up with the challenges of the wartime situation. The banking system is now, in Ukraine, is now bulletproof, I think. It can operate if there's power, if there are blackouts, large scale, small scale. It's truly bulletproof, ironclad. The second comment I would like to make, and it refers directly to your question, is that I think the banks had a great role to play in the process of reconstruction and rebuild of Ukraine.
There are a few financing models, some of which we have heard already, but I believe that intuitively approaching the topic, there are tools in the banking sector that is well suited to conditional financing, scrolls, guarantees of all sorts, and banks know how to use these measures. I believe that they will be well suited to match the demand of the moment. We mentioned that there is a huge and strong state-owned banking sector with all its advantages and disadvantages alike. But as for the commercial banking sector, it is quite surprising and even intriguing, but on the other hand also creating multiple opportunities. We have a big Austrian bank. I will not give the name here, but it has its problems owing to its exposure to Russia. We have a big Hungarian one with similar issues. And then we are getting into the area of smaller banks. There is a French bank present. There are no British banks, a minimum representation of Americans, but there are still 2 Polish banks. So that's on the optimistic note. And the last observation, 20 seconds it will take me. We are talking about reconstruction, construction, someday huge 400 billion, trillion. But Ukrainians, luckily enough, are not waiting for that. The reconstruction has already started. Remember Bucha? You remember the frames showing the street? Everything has been demolished, all the houses, trees, fencing shuttered. A few smaller donors put up the project entitled Axel's Street, if I remember well. I paid a visit to this place recently, and it's hugely optimistic. If there are 80 houses along the street, there are 80 repairs going on, or 80 construction efforts. Those houses that can be repaired are being repaired, those that cannot. Or instead, a single design is used to erect new houses, single floor ones. So that's Bucha. Bucha is I believe, become the most beautiful outskirts area of Kiev. You remember the bridge in Irpin, again, those scary frames, soldiers transporting children, buggies, and so on. I've been there a month ago. It's almost ready. I guess they will leave the existing one for it to become a monument, but right next to it there is a new bridge that has just been constructed. Ever since the design was adopted, it took 6 months to build it, so we can be optimistic about the possibilities of future reconstruction and the continuing, ongoing reconstruction. Before the war, Bucha was considered to be the most comfortable city in Ukraine, following the integral indices, and again it stands a chance to return to its greatness. I believe that Świnoujście is number one in Poland too, from the point of view of the internal markers, so Świnoujście can get another partner next to Truskowice. There's always an internal fight in a bank between front office and risk managers. The first ones would like to do more, but always they come against risk officers who always put their endeavors to hold. They say, no, you need to curb your ambitions here. And in this case, you need to look for certain measures that would calm the risk managers down. So we are looking into our contact book in our phone, and we call insurers. I would like to ask Zbyszek how banks can be supported, for them not to be so modest, and for them to be eager to act more dynamically, even in such hard times. Zbigniew Szałyga, PZU Ukraine Group, I would like to thank the 30th anniversary of the existence of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, and it is because this year there's also the 30th anniversary of the presence of the PZU Group in Ukraine. We are about to celebrate, we will hold an event, but we will wait for the victory and peace to come first. Our colleagues have already mentioned how we've been operating in wartime, and I would like to say that without repeating, I'm going to talk now about what is going to happen after the war. We are getting ready for this period. It's not so easy in my industry. Ever since the 1st of January, a new insurance act is coming into force. We have a new supervision. The National Ukrainian Bank is a supervisor. It has been one for over a year, but it's been acting very dynamically, and as a result, the market gets consolidated. So there are different chances that offer themselves, and we are looking hopefully at what is going to happen. We are developing organically without acquiring other banks, and we would like to keep it this way. Our obligations towards our clients and partners are of utmost importance, and we too have never ceased to operate. I'm talking about providing services to our customers. There was not a single day of a break. We had 96 branch offices. We have 70 now, and 15 branch offices operate in the cloud. Why is that? Well, wherever we do not have access to the territory that has been occupied or is exposed to siege or active attacks, of course, we work in a remote mode. Most importantly, we have been fulfilling our obligations. For those 30 years, as in the case of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, we have gained enough experience and built up such a position in the market that we are recognizable, well-known, and we want to sustain this position. What has happened is that there has been an increase in the level of awareness of insurance, both on the part of individual customers and companies. We are creating new products. We are working on adjusting the ones that we have so as to meet the standards set by the Act. But we need to be looking forward what the new conditions specify, and apart from that, we want to see what happens in the financial market. certain financial tools are lacking, so we cannot launch certain measures. Well, I'm collecting money from the customer that I would like to multiply, and then invest it in the future. So it's either bonds or deposit. In Credo Bank and Idea Bank, at my colleagues, such deposits have been available. Apart from that, I do not have a lot to choose from. Financial products, well, it is difficult to build anything without such measures. It is surely likely to change, and most importantly, today, for the employer, for example, ensuring the group of employees, I'm talking about life insurance, used to be the cost. Today, well, they say, well, I'd prefer to get I'd rather get 500 without having to really invest it in a policy. But I'm explaining, okay, you've got the policy, and well, we can adjust the terms and conditions, and this is what we are doing now. So very positive occurrences, actually. When I started to work, there were over 600 insurance companies. Can you imagine that? Now, when we are talking about life insurers, there are 12, and there used to be 66 15 years ago. And that has happened naturally in the market. Of course, the same goes for other sectors of insurance, because what we have PZU in Ukraine, it goes across all sectors, so it's comprehensive insurance services, including life insurance. There is huge competition still, but the market leader owns 10% of the market share. We are in top 10, and in life insurance in top 3, so our position is strong, we are renowned, and our clients can feel safe because we ensure comprehensive services, full support, and our clients can feel that we have no issues about that. Our people also work from Poland because we have this extra office in Warsaw, and we open up this possibility for those who wanted to come to Poland on those difficult February days. So some of them did come to Poland and work from here. And we are waiting, but actively waiting for the better moment in order to be able to show what we can in the new conditions. History as a science is there to try to predict the future based on our experience. It is my honor to introduce History Live, the history of the Polish banking sector, Cesar von Wanzer. I would like to ask you to share your experience. What would you like to predict? What can you foresee? And what would you like to explain to those young and maybe less wise, more romantic ones? What would you like to tell them, encouraging them to approach the reconstruction challenge so as to develop an integrated approach that they would be proud of rather than ashamed of? It's a very interesting question indeed, and in order to extend its scope, it would be great to have an hour to answer, because we are talking about the future. And when we are talking about the future, we are particularly talking about the new generation. We are talking about what is going to happen not tomorrow or the day after, but in 10, 20, or 30 years. As opposed to my colleagues who have the experience of living in Ukraine for a few years, I paid a single visit to Ukraine in 1946. On return from Gulag to Poland, little do I remember, but my parents said that we were accepted open-handedly and open-heartedly by the Ukrainians. And that was a very important moment in our lives, because it turned out that there was this life after Gulag. So these were the times that I remember, but I would like to focus in this contribution on the young generation. Firstly, the banks that have already been operating in Ukraine have proven that they can act properly in a country, and that is the country in the state of war, the country that had no prior experience of full-fledged war. I'm talking about the western part of Ukraine that is not affected that much physically by war as compared to what happens in the east and south. We have not had such a situation in Europe or in the world. It is difficult to find any areas to compare to. So the situation is quite peculiar. And we can see that the behavior of Ukrainians from the West differs from that of those that inhabit eastern areas and southern areas of the country, and that's only natural. The banking sector plays an incredibly important role. It has become a catalyst for the entire society in terms of how to survive, how to grow stronger, and live through those hardest situations so that you can continue living more or less peacefully. We've been talking about liquidity, and I'm hugely impressed by how the banks in Ukraine have been mutually supportive. It is not so easy to have cash in all the branch offices. Many banks have closed their branch offices first in 2014, then later. So it is all rather complicated and reflected in the lives of regular people, both adults and young adults. So I believe that the banks are really doing great in Ukraine. And the situation has been tense, that's true, but the employees are much better prepared to handle new challenges. You know that from our bank, BNP Paribas Group, present in Ukraine for many, many years, we've also had our observations. In terms of granting credits, of course, the situation is less dynamic than it used to be, but we are talking about something that is only natural. The banking sector is as if a huge support for the society. The banks are called an institution of trust, and I think that we've managed to pass this test with flying colors in Ukraine. When talking to refugees, you hear them saying that the banking sector has shown that one can live even under extreme conditions like the ones that Ukraine has been experiencing. Now the future. I'm very much interested in the mental changes that are likely to occur, that are occurring. I'm very much interested in what is happening with humans. My family and me, we've survived only because we believed that humans are good. But sometimes it so happens that they are evil, but these are exceptions. And with this attitude, if you approach life and the situation in Ukraine with this attitude, then this enthusiasm, this positive thinking is something that makes you stronger. And it's important for the young ones, for young adults hearing the alerts. They know that this is just something that will pass. This is the moment that is hard, but it's just like a disease. Somebody falls ill, they have to be treated at a hospital, but that does not mark the end of their life. So I can see a lot of this enthusiasm and faith that young Ukrainians display, particularly if you talk to people who travel a lot. So I ask them, okay, so how would you compare the situation from 8 months ago with the present day? And it appears that everybody is exhausted. you would expect them to feel, well, devoid of any power. But it is not the case, actually. They are looking ahead. And I mentioned the role of the banking sector. Whether we need 400 billion or 800 billion, well, nobody cares, because these people do different things. But they have a lot of trust and faith that the future is going to be bright. There was this hard moment when all of a sudden it was announced by the president of Zelensky that certain non-standard behaviors were displayed by certain politicians. Normally what would happen is, oh, right, that's what is always happening. But first of all, what was appreciated was that it was very courageous on the part of politicians to admit that there were certain misconducts. They were not afraid that it would be used against them, for example, by the Russians. But it's simply calling a spade a spade. That's what the truth is like, and this reality has to be shown as it is. So among all that and all those hard feelings about politicians acting against the law, well, we simply make it clear that this will not be accepted. We don't want to bring them down, but we want to bring a change. And it's important that there is this will to change the mentality of people, which is probably the hardest thing to do. But there is will. And I believe that all the countries that keep supporting Ukraine, and there are going to be ever more of them, they've been doing that very hopeful, knowing that it is not about Ukraine only, but it is about a certain symbol. It's about a symbol of what is going on in Ukraine. It's about humanity. It is about the need to save humanity. In this situation, we know that there is war in Ukraine. We need to stand together to make Ukraine survive, and there are certain expectations. I'd like to add a point here. It's not only about what you, the countries of the world, will do for us, but what will us, the Ukrainians, do? What do we have to do for us, for you, and for the world? Because it's a highway going both ways. JFK 2-0. Yeah, I would finish on this note, summing up all the conversations we've had yesterday, today. We could conclude that we do realize what goals we have established. We know what there is to be done. We need to focus on reconstructing Ukraine, regardless of the definition you adopt. We need to rearrange it, build it up, build it anew, change the models, and that's an incredible chance for Ukrainians. In many cases, Ukraine will turn into Europe's leader, maybe even a global leader, because when we do something new amidst the crisis, there's always a chance that we will become better than those who have already been present in a given market for some time. It's not always the case, but you can select those fields in which Ukraine will excel, outdoing others. And we will, of course, support these and others, believing strongly that the Ukrainians know what kind of responsibility they're accepting. So we are not indifferent to what is going on in Ukraine, and Ukraine has to be responsible for what it's going to be doing and how it is going to reconstruct the state. All the best. Thank you very much.
Добре.
Thank you very much for these good words. We are among good people here, I think, and the good is going to win and all will end well. Now I would like to come back to what I started from, namely, we do hope that the good will win as soon as possible. Wrapping up, I would like to encourage all bankers present here, and say that, why did I choose to be a banker? Well, this is a profession where you know everybody, you know everything about everybody. So it makes an interesting situation, because if you have such a position, sometimes you feel that you can be a family doctor to those people you would like to work with. And I would like to encourage you to become family doctors who know what's there to be done, what can be done. And we don't have to wait for the clients to come to us with ideas. We need to reach out to our clients and tell them what can be done. We can offer them our support, our financial instruments. So our role is to know what our role here can be. Thank you. I would like to thank everyone who supports Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie, slava to all of you.
W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen.
Maja, Świnoujście.
May 16th, Świnoujście, 15th Baltic Business Forum, Energy for the Reconstruction of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th October last year, the Russian aggressors started attacking the energy infrastructure of Ukraine. A number of attacks targeted at power generation units and the wonderful support from the Poles and Europeans. We'll now have a panel on the defense of light and heat in Ukraine and about how brave families and brave engineers handled this difficult situation of blackouts, how they persevered. The panel will be chaired by Viktoria Czerwa. It's a Ukrainian journalist, Kiev-based, who's working for the Polish-Ukrainian economic portal e-Dialogue. Victoria is in Kiev. She had to secure the power also for her own home back then, and she will moderate this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I would like to ask you to grab the headsets because this will be a panel in 2 languages. I would like to present my distinguished guests. Artur Lorkowski, Director of the Energy Community Secretariat. He will join us online, and we can already see him on the screen. Paweł Stańczak, Deputy President of the Management Board of the operator of the Ukrainian Gas Transmission Network. Jacek Piechota, President of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. Oleksandr Kurdynowicz, Energy Expert of Ukraine. Maria Czernenko, Chairman of the Rochańska Gromada Terytorialna and Head of the Ukrainian OSPP office. We'll start with our guest who's here online. Artur Lorkowski, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you very well. We can hear you very well too. I would like to ask you what sort of assistance did the Energy Community Secretariat provide to Ukraine during the largest power crisis we have experienced since October last year? First of all, thank you for having me today. I'm very happy to present the Energy Community Secretariat to you and the actions we take in order to support Ukraine. As you have heard, on the 10th of October, Russians started attacking power infrastructure in Ukraine. On the 17th October 2022, I was in Ukraine, and during a meeting with Mr. Guashenko, we decided on a schedule of the action plan and the scope of assistance that the Energy Community Secretariat could extend to Ukraine so that the Ukrainian power system could persevere through the difficult winter time that was about to start. These urgent actions, short-term actions we decided on boiled down to two major processes. The first one is the process of providing assistance to European companies that wanted to provide some in-kind assistance and provide necessary equipment for the reconstruction of the power infrastructure that got destroyed. And in this respect, the Energy Community Secretariat supported over 80 companies from over 20 countries. These companies supplied more than 1,425 tons of all kinds of equipment and more than 2,020 tons of different technological liquids. Yesterday we announced 2,000 tons of methanol supplies to Naftogaz. It was handed over by the Norwegian Equinor. And these are the examples of how the Energy Community Secretariat supported the donors. It wasn't just about procedural support. We also collaborated with the European Commission. We covered the transportation costs, the costs of transporting the equipment for Ukraine. It was possible owing to the involvement of ICC, a special dedicated unit responsible for providing financial support to cover transportation costs. There were over 70 such transport projects headed to Ukraine. More are being prepared because we are in the process of preparing for the next winter. The second process we agreed with Mr. Gaushenko back in October 2022 was how the Secretariat could organize a special fund that was supposed to buy indispensable resources identified by Ukrainian energy companies. And the priority of such resources was confirmed by the ministry. So far, we have collected 220 million euro, and 156 million euros is deposited on our bank accounts of our secretariat, and based on this amount we are organizing tendering procedures for the amount of 112 million euro. The remaining 36 million euro is awaiting for the ministerial decision on how to be disbursed. This support is supposed to facilitate the supply of necessary equipment to Ukraine, the equipment which is necessary to reconstruct what's being destroyed. And the Secretariat is very much involved also in the regulation assistance. An example here is, for example, a discussion on electricity exports from Ukraine to the European Union. Such exports was launched in June 2022. And this capacity for exporting electricity by Ukraine and generate revenue on this was attacked by the Russian army, because 1 week after 10th October, one of the first decisions taken by the Ukrainian government was to stop electricity exports and focus on supplies for the internal market. We managed to restore electricity exports from Ukraine. It's a continuing process. This is electricity exports directed to the EU, but also to Moldova. and the Secretariat is very much involved here. There's a number of such processes that we take part in, and they are aimed at helping Ukraine to re-emerge stronger and recreate its potential to have the infrastructure in place ready for the next winter season. Secretariat is also involved in the long-term actions, and I will just mention some of them. The first area here is preparing an all-national program for energy and climate. This is a document that will be a green roadmap, not just for the green transition of Ukraine, but also for the integration with the EU market, because this is an obligation Ukraine has taken when entering the energy community, and Ukraine signed a memorandum on a special cooperation between the Secretariat and the Ukrainian government. It was done during a meeting with Prime Minister Shmyhal in March this year. Back then, we also agreed on actions aimed at identifying those parts of the power infrastructure that should be rebuilt and built anew in order to permit better integration with the EU energy market. We are also involved in coming back to the reform of the renewable energy sources market, because there is a huge potential there, and the scale of problems in this market is large, and these problems were further aggravated by the outbreak of the war. Secretariat is involved in solving those problems. We're also coordinating actions for Ukrainian companies. We're coordinating certain legal actions in the field of claiming damages from the Russians. We have an agreement with Ukrenergo, that is electricity grid company, and Energoatom. That's also how we support the Ukrainians. But the basic task of the Secretariat is to make sure that there's a good legislation in place in Ukraine, because we're convinced that good legal regulations based on European role models will be conducive to the reconstruction of Ukraine, because it will reduce reconstruction risk, and this role of the Secretariat will be further confirmed in London at the conference dedicated to the reconstruction and rebuild of Ukraine, and we are very much involved in organizing this conference and being a part of it. That was what the Secretariat does in a nutshell about the reconstruction of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you can see, you're doing a lot. You're providing tremendous support. I believe that your job will continue, and the Russians will not surprise us the way they did back in October last year. Thank you very much for being here. Now I would like to say something about it from my own perspective. Since October, we've had 8 waves of missile attacks, Russian attacks on the crucial Russian power infrastructure. Half of the system got destroyed. It was clear why Putin wanted to destroy the power infrastructure in Ukraine. It was getting cold, and Putin clearly wanted us to be cold, and we decided that probably the reason behind it was to force President Zelensky to sit at the negotiating table. But Ukrainians proved to be brave enough and able to persevere. We purchased power generators, power banks, all the necessary equipment to survive. We even had a joke about what could be the best present. Well, if it's just birthday, it can be a power bank, and if it's an anniversary, then it must be a power generator. That's the joke we had back then. The real challenge was the heating season. And here I would like to ask the Deputy President, Mr. Paweł Stańczak, about how our gas transmission system handled this situation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Ukrainians and the company I represent, that is the operator, I would like to thank for the assistance described by Director Lorkowski. At first, it wasn't coordinated, it was just coming straight from the heart. But from early on, we received bulletproof vests, helmets that allowed our staff working at the critical infrastructure site. It helped them work and sustain less risk. This assistance got more structured and coordinated with time. The Energy Community Secretariat knows us very well and was able to offer substantial support, for example, in continuing projects that were stopped by the war. After the outbreak of the war, the contractors relied on force majeure provisions of their contracts and left the projects, left the construction sites, left the projects. It wasn't about having a grand opening, but those projects were indispensable for our power system. The power system should be divided into two parts. One is the electricity, and the other one is the gas transmission network. My grandma used to say that if something doesn't work, you need to hit it. Thank you very much. Well, the electricity grid suffered a lot. The distribution systems did so too. The same was for the gas transmission network and connections to the distribution system in the vicinity of military operations in Ukraine. But the transport that we tend to call transit, because we don't say that we transit Russian gas. What we say is that we transit the gas that Europe bought and it's being transported to Europe. We're doing the transport and showing that despite the war, we are a reliable partner for Europe. This gas transport continues, and on this slide you can see the volumes and figures that define storage. We're not the operator of this storage. It remains within the Naftogaz, but it's about 30 billion. The second blue circle is the transit that could be there. Ukraine used to transport gas from Russia to Europe. It could be about 120 billion per year. Today you can see the figures for today. It's about 20 billion. So as you can see, the system is not working as it could. And this value defines the gas resources of Ukraine. It's about 1 billion. So it's a trillion, in fact. That's the market. This is the market as it is, and that's what I'm presenting to you. Today, gas consumption dropped to 20 billion from about 30. The extraction is at the level of about 17 to 18 billion, so we had to purchase 1.8 billion. And I know that many of you helped here. There was a loan from the European banks that helped Naftogaz to supply this gas. Maybe it's a lot of figures to grasp, but what I want to show is that Ukraine and the Ukrainian gas system is very much connected with the European system, and I believe it's indispensable. So it's not just about what Ukraine can get from the European Union. It illustrates what Ukraine can actually give the European Union. Big storage. It takes a long time to create a proper warehouse. There's not enough of such storage options in Europe, in particular for the winter time. In Ukraine, there are about 15 trillion of such storage, free capacities to be pumped underground. How can Ukraine be assisted in the process of reconstruction now? Well, you can maintain your business relations, do business with Ukraine, rely on what can be relied upon, because it helps to maintain liquidity, because it helps Ukraine to move smoothly to the stage of reconstruction and rebuild, and to the stage of building Ukraine anew at some point. Those different colors and different figures that you can see on this slide present the transmission capacities to Ukraine and from Ukraine, the capacities that are certain and can be purchased at all times, and those that are interactable. These are also interesting because they help to use different profit margins, apply different prices to make gas transit cheaper and store it underground, relying on this huge storage opportunities the Ukraine have. And this gas is relatively safe. Clearly, companies that would like to transit this gas to Ukraine want two things. One thing is being sure that the exports, because as you've heard, the gas exports are forbidden during the war, and in order, just like in the electricity grid system, it used to be forbidden, but here what we can have is re-exports of gas from Ukrainian storage. So you need to be sure that you can collect this gas, and the companies that want to rely on the storage options in Ukraine for EU purposes need insurance. We are looking for such insurance solutions that would allow people who are taking risks and sending gas to Ukraine to cover this risk. What can Ukraine give Europe?
The dark green ones are biogas plants that are already existing. More and more often we talk about switching to biomethane that you can pump into the gas power system already today, and then transmitted not only across Ukraine. In Ukraine, of course, there is no willingness to pay extra for something being bio, but this is the case in Europe. CO2 prices are that high in Europe that many companies ask when it will be possible to get the first cubic meters of biomethane, for example, at the border between Ukraine and Poland or Hungary and Ukraine. So those biogas plants can be switched on to biomethane plants, and those bright green ones are the planned biogas plants. 7 billion, 9 billion is the saving potential annually. So it's a huge potential. Poland's consumption is about 17 billion. In Ukraine, it's 20. So if you are independent plus green, at least partially, it's fantastic. It's great to have a source either in your own area or next door and do not have to incur any costs concerning transportation services. That's what Ukraine can offer Europe. And another place that is interesting, well, I've mentioned that the system is oversized. The transit of gas is on the decrease. I mean, traditional gas transit from the east to the west of the European Union. But there are places where there are a lot of power cables and there are a lot of gas pipelines that can transport gas that maybe will not be needed in the future. And here we encourage power companies that, for example, would like to invest in this kind of infrastructure and generate electricity from gas to produce electrical power in Ukraine once the situation gets stabilized. So that when green energy develops, you could be cutting peaks this way. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I understand that we are chasing Europe also in this respect, and we do everything we can to get independent from Russia in terms of our power demand. In a moment, I will address a question to Alexander Kurdinovich, who is energy expert of Ukraine. Sincerely, we know that the situation has been hard. One might have had this impression that the end of the world has come. This is what Putin intended and kept fighting for, but we've managed to survive. Could we be given more details about what we've done and what we are planning to do in order to disable such attempts? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your invitation to this grand forum. Answering this question, I would like to tell you that unfortunately the Russian aggression, the aggression of the terrorist state, is accompanied by drone attacks onto power infrastructure of our country. The power part of this infrastructure is crucial, starting from the 10th of October last year, then through to 6 months into the present year, the terrorists has performed 33 massive attacks onto power infrastructure facilities of Ukraine. Altogether, over 1,000 missiles and drones have been directed against the power facilities of our country. Unfortunately, we have 271 hits that were not misses. As a result of that, 24 power generation facilities suffered. These are both hydro stations and heat and power plants. Also, cumulative functions, half of transformer stations were also affected. Hundreds of components of power grid were damaged. Multiple facilities have been attacked on several occasions. No hits in the facilities of nuclear generation have been noticed. So we certainly can hope that there is no risk. We can hope, of course, that there will be no hits, but the risk prevails as the missiles are flying over nuclear facilities as well. So should any failure happen, a missile can, for example, damage a nuclear reactor, even if it's not intended, there might be some kind of failure, and that would result in a huge risk for the health and lives of people, not only in Ukraine, but also in other parts of Europe. The most grave consequences were those of the 23rd of October, when massive attacks led to the blackout of the power system. Back then, 13.5 users were affected in Ukraine. They were devoid of power supply, electricity. Back then, the power grid was affected most badly, withheld, and over this day, that 24-hour period, the operations of the power grid were restored, and the users were gradually reconnected. That was winter time. We need to bear that in mind. It was cold, and of course the enemy tried to inflict the greatest possible damage in order to provoke certain issues among Ukrainian citizens. That, as was expected, would then exert pressure onto the government and change the situation in the front. Now, in April, the power system, as a result of occupation, also has lost some of its capacity. I'm going to share some numbers. The numbers show the damages, but also the consequences of occupation. We have generation facilities occupied that are located at the occupied areas. So trying to sum up the damages in territory, Ukraine lost 44% of its nuclear generation. That's Zaporozhka power plant, 88% of heat generation, 66% of the unit electric mains, also a considerable portion of wind generation and solar generation. Following the assessment of the World Bank, the losses for the power system and gas system and heating, as well as extraction of coal, exceeds $10 billion in the USA, so that's a huge loss. Undoubtedly, the losses affected the operation of the entire power system of Ukraine. And I'd also like to tell you about nuclear power, because there's the basic generation in Ukraine responsible for covering over half of the demand for energy. Owing to nuclear power, Ukraine was in a position to withstand the most difficult winter period. It was the hardest autumn/winter period. So temporarily it lost its nuclear power plant, which is the biggest plant in this part of Europe, with 6 units there, 6 reactors of the total power of 6,000 megawatts. Or the share of this power plant is about 20% of the energy mix in Ukraine. So 20% of generation from this power plant is used in the power grid in Ukraine. You can imagine what a loss it meant for the entire system resulting from the occupation. Alexander, do you believe that Russia can continue the nuclear blackmail? Yes, it can be done, because now this power plant has been turned into a military base. At this moment, there are hundreds of Russian soldiers, a number of explosives. The power plant has the numerous mines have been planted there. So the General Secretary of Russia, MAGATE, also confirmed that all the 8 nuclear safety levels were compromised globally. So in the vicinity of the facility, they certainly have an impact on people living nearby, but also the stuff in there. Prior to the war, there were 1,200 employees, 12,000 employees. Now there are people still working. They're working in very harsh conditions, ensuring energy security. Now the facility is not generating power, but it has to be maintained, and also the nuclear fuel that is there has to be cooled down, and the level of safety has to be sustained in order not to allow for any major incidents occurring there. That is why such situations, unfortunately, do occur, and we have to be able to face that. Now, if briefly we were to explain how Ukraine was in a position to survive through this period, the hard winter and autumn season before that, we need to appreciate the employees of the power sector in Ukraine. Staff was created encompassing all the power companies in Ukraine. In the first place, those that keep on generating and distribute electrical power, and that is where decisions were made promptly. Unprecedented decisions. There were no prior records of a similar kind where the grid would have to function, continue supplying under attacks and assaults with the necessity to restore the destroyed components of the infrastructure. These efforts were directed at rebuilding the critical components of the grid, ensuring supplies to hospitals and other socially relevant entities that were necessary and whose operations were absolutely critical. Of course, water supply, heat supplies had to be sustained so that the basic needs of the Ukrainians were catered for. When there was a deficit of power, generation power at the level of around 90%, still the economy kept working and the basic needs of the inhabitants were provided, were catered for. Of course, the distribution capacity was hindered extensively, but still the country functioned. We also had to introduce particular limitations on the consumption and schedules, and that was valid for 118 days. Mid-February, those limitations were lifted. It was still cold, but then Ukraine was already able to rebuild and bring back full capacity energy supply so that we could resign from the scheduled access. A system of proportional consumption was drafted, and owing to that fact, the right balance of heat and energy was assured, and critical failures were prevented. That is why now, in order to prepare for another winter season, what is of key importance is the basic issues like ensuring energy security to the critical components of the infrastructure, the components of generation and transfer, so as to limit any potential future consequences of the enemy's assaults onto these facilities. So we should make sure that they can work at their top full capacity. Now there are overhauls, planned overhauls carried out. There are complications, unfortunately, that the servicing companies need to face, but now we have the skills and knowledge. We know how to carry out maintenance in the most efficient way so that the power system can get ready and can be prepared well for another winter time. We expect the massive attacks to be continued against the facilities of critical power grid. Thank you very much, Alexander. I remember those 118 very long days and nights when every morning we would thank the military forces and energy sources that we treat as heroes, no less important than our soldiers. Obviously, the reconstruction of infrastructure is necessary. And now there is also an issue. The majority of our Energo belongs to those that have Polish roots, and who is going to come and buy particular companies within the system? Can we create conditions for the foreign investors to be attracted to Ukraine, to feel safe and well, and be willing to invest? Thank you very much. I would like to welcome all the participants. Thank you for making it possible for me to talk to you today. We know that the occupation of Ukraine, particularly regarding its power grid, is something that had started before the war was launched. There was corporate law in this structure. We know that Russian companies directly, or those that were affiliated with certain Russian organizations, had their say. And if we think about the assets of certain pro-Russian businessmen, we can see that they were very active in the power sector before the war. The power companies were closely related to Russian business enjoying special rights. Now those corporate issues related to the power sector, well, we know that Agrojistnas is at the last stadium and is going to go under an international control. But as regards, for example, the ARMA agency that is dealing with taking over the shares available in the external market, we know, and we are waiting for certain resolutions, and we know that foreign investors will come. We certainly expect them. And I am associated, and I need to tell you that the Ukrainian business milieu at this point is experiencing its rebirth and a thorough transformation. We need to verify everything that happened before the war. And since we are boldly looking in the direction of Europe, efforts are being made and changes are being introduced also in the listed companies. The law made it possible to introduce a certain model of managing that is applied by corporate directors, and starting with 1st of January, a structure was introduced. So I can say that a certain unit or position was introduced, corporate secretaries. The core of their activity is to facilitate the appearance and presence of investors in the market and enable them to run their activities in Ukraine. Now we are at the stage of prospecting for those paths and methods that will make it possible for us to cooperate. The measures that were used prior to the COVID pandemic are not effective any longer, and we need to search for the new ways. Maybe 2 words about this initiative. We are a business association that is acting very dynamically, and we've been actively suggesting certain solutions. One of the initiatives that works for investors and for employers is the one I'm going to tell you about a bit. If corporate rights are respected, and if a foreign company has the right of ownership, then it will have to face a situation in which it will not know how to manage in the present situation. We believe that there are partnerships, that there are companies at the municipal level that are ready to cooperate. What we need to do is create a certain bridge that will facilitate cooperation. We'll need to disseminate knowledge on different financing options and other factors. Another initiative or cooperation, we can say, is a platform whose goal is to grant support in searching for partners. As an experiment, we shared the idea for such a platform to the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce so that we can maybe launch this initiative together. The objective here would be supporting the well-proven partners in striking new relationships and create new ways of cooperating. And of course, in this respect, a register would have to be created that would be publicly available so that those shares that are made available for purchasing are publicly, the information about them is publicly available. The Ukrainian government held a series of meetings devoted to regulating and creating the market for biomethane. Certain simplification measures have been introduced. The shares of these companies are to be sold. What you'll learn about within the Prozoro program is that there will be also other programs whose aim will be to win cooperation possibilities concerning the biosolutions, among others. I believe that we will have some discussion and maybe questions from the floor. I know that we have little time left. Thank you, Sergey. And I would like to give the floor to Maria. We are sitting here in a comfortable spot. And, well, the night was hard in Ukraine today. But still, Maria is with us. Maria comes from Kharkiv territory, and you never know, waking up in the morning, whether you will really wake up as a survivor. Well, tell us how you handled it all.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. All the energy system facilities. Well, I would like to say something about the challenges for the power industry in a small rural municipality. We were deprived of power because power transmission grid was destroyed. It was damaged, so there was a blackout. There was no water, no heat, no electricity. In our Roham, the infrastructure got destroyed. It was very difficult at first. We didn't know how to adjust. We tried to bring it all back, but we realized that the Russian tanks were around our town. There were first civilian casualties, first buildings destroyed. The nearest army military facility was destroyed in a missile attack. We found a large power generator that we managed to transport to our town and connect it to the water tower, thus restoring access to water. But unfortunately, this power generator was attacked by a missile, and 2 electricians working there got killed. As a result, the local community had to rely on natural water resources, and before attacks, people, would rush to the river, to the water intakes and get some water into any containers they had. Sometimes the temperatures dropped below minus 20 degrees Celsius. It was very cold. In our municipality, there's a central heating system. We have 27 blocks of flats with 5 stories each. They were all deprived of heating because the combined heat and power plant was damaged. It was really hard to see people living in darkness with some primitive torches, taking care of their babies. It was very difficult till we evacuated the elderly, people who were ill, and infants. For a month, the front line was going directly through my town. Kiev-Dobryansk route was on one side, and on the other side we had Ukrainian military, so there was a lot of damages in the area. I'm sure you know what it means if there's a front line. It means continuous attack. We had a tank team there. There were more than 40 tanks around, so the scale of critical infrastructure damage was immense. The CHP plant was hit twice. One CHP plant discontinued its operation on 26 February. The other one then had to rearrange its operations and worked until the 9th of March, until another attack took place. And it got destroyed later on. It meant that a population of 7,000 remained without heat in their households. 3 water towers were destroyed. 5 power generation stations were destroyed. There were also attacks on high-pressure gas distribution systems. It was terrible to wake up in the middle of the night and hear the noise of an aircraft. You would look out of the window, see all red, and without any exaggeration, I can say that those who work in the power sector are heroes, because a man approached me and said, let's try to cut off the gas because there's a flame and we need to protect the local community. So I understand how much it takes and how hard a job it is. We got to the station in the dead of night and he managed to cut off the gas. As a result, we stopped the fire. However, the local community was deprived of any gas, even to prepare their meals. I'm very grateful to workers of Kharkov Gas, who, under such harsh wartime conditions, were able to reconnect our town to the grid of the Kharkov town. As we were getting ready for the winter season, the attacks continued, and they continued until August. The end of August, September, October, that's when we were able to restore 2 heating stations. It was a big challenge for us because if we failed to restore the heating system, people wouldn't be able to return to their homes and live there. We have 2 boiler stations modernized. Now we have good German boilers installed. Unfortunately, the system itself, the grid, is damaged. And we are working on having gas pipelines constructed. I believe that the experiences that were discussed during the previous panels, where you talked about the banking system doing its job in the times of war, I believe that every single industry in Ukraine is performing very well. I would like to thank to energy sector staff, because these people are not thinking about the challenges. They simply go to work every day, and it's possible that they will not return to their homes, but they understand that they need to work on the system to make it operational, to restore electricity and heat supplies to households. Also in the winter time, the first humanitarian support we received was from Poland, from Sierock These were power generators, in fact, and I would like to thank you for it. It was on the 1st of May. I'm also very grateful for the power generators from the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. Now all facilities of the power infrastructure have some backup generators. The blackout in November was hard, but the CHP plants are working in the emergency mode. There are generators, backup generators that help here. We have good solutions in place. We were very afraid of the winter, but we managed to persevere. We survived. We got through the winter. We passed this test. That's why I'm positive that any test the future will bring is something that we can handle. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. I'm very happy that Maria mentioned about the assistance from the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Jacek Piechota to say a few words about how you helped us and provided those power generators. It was really difficult to find them and supply them, and you somehow managed to deliver. How did you do that? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you very much for these kind words. It was a motivation for us, like an additional boost to act. Any company affiliated in our chamber started organizing support from day one. We wanted to support local governments of partner cities. It was a brilliant all-national movement, in fact. When we saw what was happening with the critical power infrastructure, we tried to help. We, together with Darek Szymczycha, we are multifunctional in the chamber. Darek is also the head of a committee of our fund for Ukraine assistance, and from this fund we were able to finance power generators and supply them. It's true that we had to look for those power generators. We had to ask our colleagues, partner companies, member companies, Nizioł, Janek Koblak, many companies got involved. I couldn't name all of them. It was wonderful, the spirit that we could observe back then. And our ambassador in Kiev also said that we didn't step back from Ukraine. We have our branch offices in Ukraine, and they were operational all the time, busy organizing help, organizing all the essentials. We were in touch with Victoria Ania Stoczka, who called us from her basement, sometimes in extreme conditions, but we persevered. We made this together. We got through this together. I often quote Ania Slatowa, brilliant representative from Poznań, because her words actually expressed everything we've been through and everything we are going through now. There was an event last year during the Impact Congress 2022. The chapter of the Pact Award decided to grant the award to Ukrainian entrepreneurs who didn't run away in those difficult times. They do business as usual. They rebuild and reconstruct. And they turned to us, to the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, to collect this award on behalf of Ukrainian entrepreneurs. And Ania Zlotova, collecting this award on their behalf in Poznań, said, "I would like to thank you, Poles, because your pain is our pain." And it's true. We feel what you feel on a daily basis. We admire you for your strength and your stamina, for being able to perform under such harsh circumstances. We are with you, we stand with you. I would like to thank you for all the kind words. Let's build our future together, this Polish-Ukrainian future together. It's sad today because I've heard many policymakers who, before the war, said things that they are not saying anymore. They changed their mindset, but that's a good thing. Let's focus on building the strategic partnership. The 750 kV line to Rzeszów is a symbol for Polish-Ukrainian relations. We could describe the entire Polish-Ukrainian history around the story of this line. It was blocked in 1993 due to the integration of the Polish electricity system with the European one. Until December last year, it was non-operational, sometimes due to reasons caused by Ukraine, sometimes due to reasons caused by Poland. There were all kinds of fears, all kinds of reasons. Today, this line is operational, it is important, and let's stick to it. I believe that today we have some bright prospects for future cooperation and projects mentioned by the colleague from the Association of Businesses. If you have an idea, approach us. Our director once said, the chamber is a factory of ideas, and any idea that could be conducive to the Polish-Ukrainian cooperation is something welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. I would like to thank my guests for those optimistic comments. I would just like to give you a few words as a wrap-up. Of course, there's no guarantee that there will be no more missile attacks in Ukraine. But what we've heard today makes me very optimistic, namely the fact that we are striving for something great and something good, to take the greatest asset that Putin has away from him, and so that he can no longer blackmail us in terms of energy supplies.
W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen.
Ciągle 16 maja
16th May, still 15th edition of the Baltic Business Forum. Welcome to this thematic panel related to energy. If we were to discuss what Western Pomerania is and what an example can it set for creating a new energy system, will be moderated by Łukasz Szelong, a new president of the Committee for Energy, the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, representing the Gryfice Energy Cluster. You have wonderful experts there, and I believe the experience from the Ukrainian war is that we need to diversify energy sources and disperse them. And Western Pomerania is a great example of how it can be done. Łukasz, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to say that, yes, the floor is mine. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Świnoujście is located in Western Pomerania, and it is the most popular location for the tourists of Poland. It's more popular than Great Poland, in fact. Those who are watching us may listen about what we're talking about here, and these are essential topics. But we are about to stick to the point. Today I invited Magdalena Lazarek-Jankowska, Dean of the West Pomeranian Business School in Szczecin. And she's here with us. Welcome. Magda is a very active lecturer. She's also a practitioner because she's working for all kinds of companies and corporations, and I believe that it's a good thing that there are people who train practitioners. Andrzej Montfiu is also here with us. We're happy that he found time to be here with us as a plenipotentiary of the Marshal of the West Pomeranian Voivodeship for Hydrogen. This is a new representative in our province. And I believe that this position shows that the topic of green energy is close to the hearts of our decision makers. And he's here with us. Artur Nizioł, Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce for Energy and Environmental Protection, is also here with us. He's been working in the energy sector for over 30 years now. As far as I know, he started off from visiting the smokestacks. Roman Sowiński from the Gryfice Energy Cluster. Roman is one of the founding fathers of the Gryfice Energy Cluster. He is an owner of a windmill and a co-owner of RES farm. If you travel through Gryfice, you can see that there's a charger for electric cars there. You can charge your electric car. And Mr. Alexander Bochciewicz from Kensington Green. He will speak about the details. I don't want to do it instead of him. My name is Łukasz Szelong. I had a story of working at Ursus Bus, where we were selling electric buses to Zielona Góra because we won a big tender there, and this is how it all started. Today we are going to discuss green Western Pomerania as an example in the construction of a green and dispersed energy system in Ukraine. Already in the corridors, we noticed that there are many things we can learn from the situation in Ukraine when it comes to approaching the system safety and structuring the entire power system anew. As we know, the situation in Ukraine stepped up the progress on in the green transition. Andrzej will say something more about it. Western Pomerania is where we are producing a lot of green energy. There are many companies in Poland that manufacture what the green energy needs. Now let's give the floor to Magda Lazarek. Yes? No, I won't be the first to speak because I wasn't asked to speak first. Andrzej, please tell me what it's like to be a plenipotentiary in a province where so much is happening in the field of green energy and green transition. The Marshal created this position and appointed you to do the job. And probably it's a result of the fact that the entrepreneurs wanted to have a contact person in this field. Was it easy to accept this position, given your involvement in the green energy sector? Let me put it like this. 2 years ago at the Baltic Business Forum, I talked about a new sector, the offshore wind energy sector. We got involved through different actions there so that our province could have a strong presence in the green energy sector, starting from manufacturing to servicing, maintenance, and so on. And what was fundamental here, and something that comes as a surprise to many people, is that over 80% of the electricity used in Western Pomerania can be covered from renewable energy sources, mainly wind farms, but recently there are also some solar panels and microfarms. Offshore wind energy as well. We collaborate with the Agency for Metropolitan Area Development and the Marshal's Office. And now they are asking us, right, if this is this new energy, can it stay in this old form? No, we are at the stage of energy revolution, and it requires storage. And if it's about storage, we should think about hydrogen. And this is how I became a plenipotentiary of the Marshal. I can give you my full name, a plenipotentiary of the Marshal for the Renewable Energy Sources and Development of Hydrogen Technology. I abbreviate it as RES and H2. What we are doing at the moment in our province is that we're trying to combine different things together. It's all about the green energy, Fit for 55, and the Green Deal, because these are the two crucial elements, so that the heat and power are elements of reaching the Green Deal targets. And Magda, now it's your turn to speak. Yes, I'm a graduate of that school, of your school. Magda, we may discuss some grand things, but what we need today is what to do with the human resources and human capital for the purposes of new energy. Do you think that what's happening in Ukraine, the influx of new residents, because some of Ukrainian refugees are here to stay, is it an opportunity to create some human capital in Western Pomerania, in Poland? Can we use it for the development of new technologies? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for having me here and for this opportunity to formulate my comments. Secondly, I would like to thank the organizers for putting my name on the list of the panelists. I've been here yesterday as well, and I have listened to the panel discussions, and I feel I agree with the very idea of reconstruction and rebuild of Ukraine. And thirdly, yes, definitely, yes. I think it was beautifully said today. I will not mention who said it because I had many conversations in the corridor, but you must remember that the society that's here, 20-year-olds who fled from Ukraine, will probably come back to their homeland. They are here for a short time, and I can speak as a representative of the Western Pomeranian province, as a representative of Świnoujście. I can speak on behalf of my department. The percentage of students at my business school when it comes to IT and management and finance is really high, and the students need support. They need support in their own development. They need support in finding themselves in our university structures, in academic circles and the academic community as such. How can we use this human capital? I'm sorry about the fact that I'm formulating it like this, but some of those students will stay in Poland because they are old enough to make their own decisions, start a company or have a family. So these are changes that will last generations, and we have an impact on it. Moving further, we offer such opportunities as funding options through all kinds of scholarships for studying at our university. We have courses in English, and we help creating visas for Ukrainian students. We have a dedicated unit in our business school. So there are many procedures in place that allow Ukrainian students to join our business school, and we have also branches in Stargard and Gryfice. I think it's about helping those students and helping them to stay in our region, because this is actually the idea behind it. I want to raise my hand as if it was a lecture, and I would like to ask a question. Ukrainian citizens who arrive in Poland is an essential topic. In 2011, I requested a strategy or a document that could be relevant in this respect. Świnoujście, Szczecin should have a clear vision of how immigrants, Ukrainian citizens, or immigrants from other countries, because our labor market needs people, how can we integrate them into our community? Yes, surely we need such a strategic document at the province level. I think it would be very relevant because it could help solve certain formal problems. I totally agree with you. From the perspective of Świnoujście, and here I need to thank for the cooperation with the City Hall. In March, I received a phone call from the City Hall, and the Mayor Żmurkiewicz said, Magda, we need to do something to help those people who are coming here. We need to help them enter the labor market because we don't know who's coming, and it will be a good idea to offer some training to help them get a job. Do you have an idea on how we can go about it? Okay, I do, but can you tell me how many people are coming? I don't know. So we had to organize training courses, mainly for ladies of different ages and different needs, but we had to help them adapt to new circumstances. And in March, we were able to offer them some opportunities in the catering and hotel industry, healthcare sector as well. And the local labor office found funding for our project, and we completed it. So it's about the will and the money. If you have the will and the money, you can create a good educational offer also for the renewable energy sources sector, right? Right. But a lecture takes about 90 minutes, as you know, and we don't have that much time. Okay, we have 45 minutes because we need to talk with the other panelists as well. Sure, if you look at the option of postgraduate courses, we offer a sustainable development management course, and we can combine science with practical cooperation within a cluster. We created postgraduate studies in the field of RES, and there was a demand coming from the market, and we responded to it in the context of using green energy at the level of the province and using them on a wider scale as well. The Grafice Energy Cluster now has to answer our questions. Mr. President, we met a year ago and decided we want to organize a conference. We wanted to have a dozen or so people, about 50 participants arrived. What it's like to be a president of a cluster that is a role model, because you have the wind energy, you have a biogas plant, you have a photovoltaic plant. How did you do it, and what are your needs? How can you grow? Well, I've been involved in renewable energy sources for many years. The Grafice Energy Cluster was established in 2018. It's a certified cluster. It was certified by the then Ministry of Energy. And the entire idea behind the cluster is that it's supposed to generate and distribute energy in the area of the Grafice Energy Cluster. It covers the Grafice municipality, the Grafice district, and we have the wind energy, biogas energy, and solar energy. 3 renewable energy sources. And we have an energy company that offers connection solutions. And for the future, we are planning to have another biogas plant in place. We're generating 12,000 megawatt hours of energy, which means that we can supply about 10,000 households. We can supply energy to 10,000 households. What we want to do for the future is to have some energy storage, rapid charging stations, and the idea behind the Grafice Energy Cluster is to distribute the energy within the cluster area, which should contribute to lower energy prices for end users and lower prices of energy distribution. Last question. What do central authorities need to help local energy clusters grow? I'm not thinking about large investors, I'm thinking about local clusters. Well, we don't know, because according to all the regulations in place, and all the regulations are ready, the acts of law are ready, they are prepared for those solutions to be implemented, but apparently the government is refusing to do it. Artur Nizioł, Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce for Energy and Environmental Protection. I assume that there are provisions in those regulations that are being consulted with you as an institution, and the industry has been waiting for those regulations to enter into force for more than a year. Is it the way you do politics? What's behind it? Thank you very much for the invitation.
Well, I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also an entrepreneur. So I've been working for over 30 years in this capacity. Referring to the previous question that regarded the aid that is necessary for entrepreneurs from the central government, Well, if we look at the American market, what kind of support can a businessman get from the government? Well, it's a question of how can we help you? And that's actually the answer. So first of all, do not disturb. Yes, don't disturb. But secondly, when there are some regulations, let them be stable, predictable, so that one can invest and plan the development of companies, either as investors that build those energy generation facilities, or as distributors or companies that design and manufacture the necessary equipment. It is necessary to prepare it all so as to plan the business, so as to train the staff and so on. And that's the greatest problem for the majority of companies, maybe apart from the state-owned ones. I remember that post the transformation time, we divided the system into state-owned power plants. Then those belonging to Treasury decided they were too small. They had to be consolidated once again, then prepare all the necessary systems for removing sulfur and so on. Then those that were assigned the distribution possibilities were in a position to generate greater profit than their competitors that did not have their own grids. And you could see that in the results of the companies. Those foreign companies that didn't have the grid, they had to send their shares and leave Poland. Now, it's not about reshaping the reality again, but we can see the result. I'm not very popular among politicians because I always claim that there is a division into those righteous companies, those state-owned ones, the worst ones that are international, and the worst ones, that is the private-owned ones. The investors, the employers, is not how we are perceived. We are the private entrepreneurs that are there to exploit people. So what we need is stable, predictable legislation, not only at the national level, but also at the level of the European Union, because the impact of the European Union provisions is huge. This taxonomy and the future, or lack of the future for nuclear energy is, again, something that impacts the development of areas in general. So regardless of COVID or war-related situation, political decisions transfer into whether a business is profitable or not. You have carried out numerous big investments in power industry, not to mention smaller ones. We know that we cannot change the power industry overnight. Obviously, you can adopt various plans and strategies to be implemented. But which direction should our power sector be heading towards so that there is enough space there for the Polish companies and for them to develop and flourish so that later on we can participate in the works supporting the construction of Ukraine? What kind of mechanisms do we need for that to be possible? All the power sector that we of is the big one, professional one. If we sum up all the investment plans concerning nuclear sector itself, then the projects of Westinghouse to be built, it has the units. We have those with Koreans, we've got Orlen Synthos. If you sum it all up, it's about 700 billion zlotys, plus investments into power grids. But as for my soul and my emotions, I'd support the dispersed energy more. We used to transfer energy in one part of Poland, and we would transmit it elsewhere. Now, if we have nuclear in the north as the first place, then we will start transferring energy in the opposite direction than previously. No, decentralized kind of engineering encompasses a variety of resources. You've got biomethane, PV, solar, and so on, and wind. So these are local energy sources plus storage. It is harder to disconnect these resources. So we saw what happens when a big power plant is taken over. We can see that in Ukraine. If we build units of 1,000 megawatts and there are shutdowns, we could see how it impacted our grid when all of a sudden 1,000 megawatts were missing from the grid. So my heart is beating faster for diversified energy sources. It's not always the case that the wind blows or the sun shines, so we need to have such solid bases, be it gas units or the nuclear. For the first time I came across a similar units were in Japan. I think some 13 or 14 years ago, they claimed they would be ready to sell their solutions in the world. Several years have passed, and now some other companies say that soon they would sell the new kind of units that would replace the standard sources in heat production, because we need new sources also there. I believe that power sector should be diversified, including the nuclear, PV, gas, biomethane that has a potential of 20 billion cubic meters with the consumption of 18 to 20 billion is 30%. The potential of Ukraine is roughly 20 billion cubic meters. So again, a huge potential. To this, we may add the potential of regaining energy from waste, for example, sewage treatment, as we have a number of interesting solutions here. We are talking about reducing the carbon footprint when considering new investments. Now, when we lay concrete foundations, can we really reduce the carbon footprint? Yes. Great. Anything else? Could you elaborate on that? Obviously, in terms of reducing the carbon footprint of the entire power sector, we could approach it twofold. On the one hand side, we can build new structures that will meet more rigorous standards concerning emissions. We can use concrete that constitutes 98% of the entire mass. We can safeguard it in such a way that we entire its life cycle, we prolong its life cycle 2 or 3 times by safeguarding and protecting it, preparing it in the proper way. But also we can use existing infrastructure, and we can treat concrete that has a certain carbon content to it, and by acting accordingly, we can impact the properties of this material, that it will not undergo various processes such as erosion, and all sorts of kind of concrete and reinforced concrete structures could live 2 or 3 times as long as expected than planned. So that's an important piece of information. It means that we can build in such a way as to make sure that we preserve natural resources, and we can do that using cutting-edge technologies. Magda, a question to you. The mic should be working. Another answer that you expect from me. Since you're talking about the needs, the demand of the market, I have the following question. When you think about your school, would you say that the academic years are ready to train future employees for the RES industry? Well, looking at all sorts of connections, and I'm looking here at our new initiative, I need to tell you openly that the answer is positive. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always the case that the industry and its development needs to be supported with the development of education. We need to be aware of what market expects, and then we need to think about some intellectual capital that would be ready to transfer knowledge. So it's not just that you have the idea to open a program and you simply proceed with that, but first of all, it requires a thorough analysis. You need to decide about the justification of such new ideas, and then you should make it clear and make sure that all the implications, technologies that are taught and that young people are trained to use do translate into practice. And we need to be sure that the person who becomes a graduate of a postgraduate program is likely to find employment. And what such a person has to offer needs to be a response to the market needs. And we also always have a demand and as the supply part in the market, and I would like to have an impact on shaping the demand. We should build it in our own merit, because it might so happen that we might need an expert in a particular area. That is why we have the program focusing on managing sustainable development and areas, so as to produce graduates that are aware of the market demand. But there has to be this will. When there's a will, there's a way, and I think that it's only a matter of time before we will start thinking about extending our educational offer. For the time being, the situation has been that practice has determined the demand, and we've been trying to catch up, offering programs, training new experts, regardless of whether we are thinking about students from Poland or Ukraine. When you're thinking about postgraduate courses, of course, you need to think about certain requirements. If we're talking about first or second grade university studies, then you have a number of ministerial requirements that you need to fulfill. It is not just our university, but also other universities that offer technical training courses. So this offer is already there. You've been sitting here with a face expressing concern. I know that you've been analyzing a lot, because it's been a few years now that we've been talking about hydrogen and its potential, and about what hydrogen can be generated from. In Western Pomerania, the Vouch initiative was adopted concerning the regional center for the transfer of green knowledge, green technologies. The question is, well, we know that for the province authorities, green energy matters. But how would you praise Western Pomerania as a leader producing green energy? Because we know that this is the case, that there are multiple companies contributing to this success of Western Pomerania in this respect. So it's not just that we generate power, but we also have entities contributing to this. Well, first of all, the wind blows. What you've said about business is right. We've heard a lot about investing into the land wind farms, of course, preferably located along the shoreline. First of all, the decisions resulted from economic analysis. We are in the zone of the wind blowing in a way that is known to every inhabitant. We know that sometimes the wind velocity here is quite considerable. But then the analyses were followed with the entire idea for creating a group of people that are active in on-land wind farms and also other energy resources. I'm talking about alternative one. In our green energy mix, the wind is the dominant factor, but the dynamics of the development of other energy sources is changing. More and more often we are talking not only about electric energy, but also heat, so we are talking about cogeneration here. Again, something that has already been mentioned. Well, we obviously need heat as well. On top of that, there is a number of factors that should be considered together. I believe that we are witnessing a revolution. When we are looking at the map, we are green as a province. That means that we should be green in terms of power generation. Some people have realized that any of us can become a power generator. In Poland, we have over 1,200,000 producers of electric energy. Even if you have a mini system, you are a prosumer, you produce electric energy. That poses challenges, but also creates opportunities for the development of other areas, such as biogas plants and so on. But in terms of RES, we've got the options of creating biomethane. We are talking about waste, about sewage, and so on. So these technologies are numerous. But before I dwell upon it, let me just mention something that concerns the Ukrainian context. We've heard today that this war is the first war within which it has been noticed that paralyzing the power system would be one of the advantage building mechanisms during the war. But that's not true. There has been another grid that was almost entirely paralyzed. That was Serbia in 1999, but it was not being bombed so as to be completely destroyed. Baltic graphite mist was spread and it paralyzed the majority of it. And since it was centralized, then it affected the entire grid. Serbia, Kosovo was one of the wars where there was not a single shot fired, but was just the deployment of our forces. But we are talking here about biogas plants, not biogas plants, and other solutions. If it is clear that we need this kind of energy relying on a variety of sources, then I think we should also admit that Ukraine knows how to deal with shortages of energy and generation locally. And then we can think of a nice bridge, and using what we have in our province and also using what we can offer. And that is going to be a trio that we would like to have here. So we are strong in green energy and we grow ever stronger, and also storage, because it is also important. A debate is going on in Poland. If in the energy mix you exceed a certain level of RES energy, then you're likely to make the grids unstable and it's hard to manage them. It also happens in Poland when we have too much energy, then wind and PV farms are shut down periodically, temporarily, because you cannot disconnect coal mines. We need to have a guarantee that the supplies are continuous. That is why energy storing becomes ever more important. If you have a large share of RES, you can produce hydrogen as energy storage facility and also as the new fuel, be it for electric cars using fuel cells, or as I've recently seen, an injector injecting hydrogen straight to the engine chamber. So you can also produce ammonia, but without carbon footprint. So again, there is a variety of applications. In many European countries, discussions do not concern whether, but how to benefit from the opportunities that hydrogen offers. The question is whether we will make it on time with yet another aspect. I'm not sure about the condition in the entire province, but I know that in Szczecin, investors are about to appear concerning offshore wind farm. And there is just one concern: staff cannibalism. There are not enough of people to work, and the shortage is quite acute. And it's not that there is no one to train, but actually this shortage is observable at all the stages and grades. Szczecin has the lowest unemployment rate in the group of 18 to 24. That's the lowest level in the European Union. On the one hand side, you can be happy about it, but then, well, Vestas itself will need 700 people. When you think about other investors, in terms of offshore wind, they will collectively need 3,000 to 4,000 people to work for offshore wind farms. So Polish employers are only waiting for the beginning of this race of how to offer more remuneration. Yes, we remember that there used to be the cases when employees from Vietnam had to be brought to Poland to fill this gap.
Arthur, can you share your experiences from running a business and building an energy company? Because did you get a phone call from Ukraine? Please come to us. We want you to consult something. Can you offer any advice for our businesses? Well, I believe that sharing and providing some advice is not the best way to go. I believe that what we need is discussion and experience sharing, because what Ukrainian energy experts are going through shows that there's a lot of urgent action needed, and their experiences can be very useful. We need to share opinions, and we need cooperation instead of offering some straightforward guidance. When it comes to the market itself, Poland generates and uses about 175 terawatt hours. Ukraine uses about 150 terawatt hours, so these markets are similar in size. For gas, it's 20 billion. In Poland, I don't know what are the figures for Ukraine. The energy sector is not just about the power, but also other media, energy carriers. We have a large biogas plant. The largest biogas plant is located in Ukraine. So both countries have a lot of experiences, and cooperation is crucial. How we can act, what can we do? Well, personally, what I miss is a fund. Our government should create a fund. If we are to offer something to our Ukrainian partners, it's not just that we should come and build something. We need financial resources. If we are to be a part of the reconstruction process and we want to compete with companies from the US, Germany, or France, and these companies will surely come with money offering to build a PV plant or energy storage or anything else, they can provide funding, and we can come and offer that we'll do it slightly cheaper. It's not enough. What we need is a fund that will go hand in hand with businesses, because this is the only way to offer some tangible benefits. Our competence and technology is something we do have in different fields, not only in the energy sector, but also in the industry. But we must combine it with financing, because that's what required, in fact. So summing up, we need money. Right, yes, we do. We have the expertise, we have the contacts, we have established good relations, and if we want to do business together, if we want the Ukrainian entrepreneurs to make money, and if we want Polish entrepreneurs to make money, we need financing. Right. I think this is a good wrap-up for the debate on Green Western Pomerania as an example in the construction of a green and dispersed power system in Ukraine. We had the Magdalena Lazarek from the West Pomeranian Business School in Szczecin, Aleksander Bohdziewicz from Kensington Green, Andrzej Motwił, Plenipotentiary of the Marshal of the West Pomeranian Voivodeship, Artur Nizioł, Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce for Energy and Environmental Protection, and Roman Sowiński from Gryfice Energy Cluster. My name is Łukasz Szyman. Thank you very much.
W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen.
of this meeting and the wonderful panelists. I would like to ask Jan Hadam to join us, the chairman of the supervisory board of the Magistralni Gazoprovody of Ukraine, the operator of the grid system. Janek, please join us. Denis Vinsky from the Center for 21st Century Global Strategies. It's a think tank based in Kiev. Mihailo Gonchar is the leader of this think tank, our friend who was a guest at the Baltic Business Forum. Today we have a representative of this think tank with us. Bogdan Pilch, Director General of the Chamber of Commerce for Energy and Environmental Protection. Is he with us? Unfortunately not. We've been cooperating with the Chamber for a long time. Mr. Piotr Szewczyk, President of the Management Board of APS Energia, welcome, and Bogdan Zawadowicz, Manager of the International Analysis Team of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Welcome, and please join us on stage. The moderator of this panel is Zenon Kosiniak-Kamysz, a gentleman with incredible democratic experience, a former ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Slovakia, Canada, and Singapore, former deputy minister of national defense. Zenon told me once that I was forced to fire him at some point in the past, but that was my job. Back in the old days when Zenon was an advisor at the embassy in Berlin, and I had to fire him, it's true. And the reason behind was that he became a Minister of Internal Affairs. Life. What can I do? Zenek is here with us today, and I would like to thank him very much. He's an advisor of the President of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce for International Relations. We are helping to build international relations between Poland and the West, so we will rely on his linguistic skills as well, because Zenon speaks so many foreign languages. He also speaks Hungarian. Imagine. Zenek, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy about the fact that the ratio of the panelists and the audience is the right one. I would like to thank you very much for it on behalf of the wonderful panelists that we have here on stage. Energy security. Yesterday, Mr. Jacek Piechota said that Ukraine joins us, that we are above political divisions, above and beyond. But if you look at the energy security in Poland, I think this thesis is too risky to say that the energy security is above and beyond political divisions, because it's very often the case that any discussion on the energy sector and energy security is a sharp one. But it's difficult to wonder given what happened in the recent years. As there's a definition of energy security in the title of our panel, I decided to have a look at the definition provided by the European Energy Security Council: uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. This is the definition provided. It may seem mundane. It sounds mundane. So it seems pretty straightforward and simple. The Polish definition is more extensive. In fact, it's a condition of the economy that allows to cover the prospective demand of end users for fuels and energy sources in a way that's justified in economic and political terms in consideration for the environmental aspects. There are definitions that provide some further details about the environment, so that the energy supplies do not interfere with the environment, do not produce any adverse effects for the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, before the Russian invasion in Ukraine, it seemed that the major problem faced by the European Union and the United Europe in terms of energy is decarbonization of the energy sector. The war has changed a lot in this respect. The war speeded up our actions towards diversifying energy supplies. We started looking for new solutions. We were forced to do that. I believe that a couple of years ago, when we met at the Baltic Business Forum, topics such as modernization of the grid, increasing the renewable energy sources in the energy mix were there, but energy storage, nuclear energy was not there. Yesterday, Mark Brzezinski, in his message to you, praised the American nuclear technologies and talked about the advanced negotiations with Poland in this respect. It's a pity that it started so late, because the discussion on nuclear energy has been going on in Poland for many years. If we compare our energy mix with the Ukrainian energy mix, it's clear that Ukraine relies on nuclear energy a lot. About half of electricity supplied to Ukrainian household comes from nuclear plants. Ladies and gentlemen, we are supposed to talk about the vision of energy security, about what should be done. We are discussing these aspects with our Ukrainian partners, and it makes me confused here, and that's because we demand too much from you, I think. You are so much involved and focused on sustaining energy supplies to your country to prevent bombing your critical energy infrastructure whenever the Russian army is trying to damage your infrastructure, and we want you to tell us what is going to be in the future. I'm sorry for that. But listening to Ukrainian president who said something about the aspiration of Ukraine to join the EU, I think that maybe it's a good idea to spend some time here with our Ukrainian friends talking about the vision of the day after, when we'll have to prepare for the reconstruction and rebuild of Ukraine, and on top of that, to the European integration of Ukraine, and energy will be very high on the agenda, clearly. I would like to ask Professor Hadam to take the floor, because he has some experience from Poland. It is a very rich experience from the energy sector, and he has some experiences from Ukraine. I would like to ask all gentlemen, all panelists, to say what should be done so that we could have energy security in Poland, in Ukraine, and in Europe. What can we do? How? What tools can be used? And who should be responsible for energy security? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. This is super nice for me to be here after a longer break, but I attended those meetings before in a different role. I attended dozens of meetings, panels, conferences, and a couple of years ago, whenever there was a topic of energy security, I thought that you just cannot talk about it all the time, because it's getting boring, actually. It's getting boring for the audience. It repeats itself on all kinds of occasions, many times per year. But apparently, energy security is very topical and up to date, even more topical than ever before. The experiences that and the events that were unpredictable and not envisaged by anyone proved that we need to think differently. We need to be more radical, maybe. I will speak more about gas, in fact, but what I want to say is, I guess, pretty universal, and it will pertain to other energy sources as well. I don't want to touch upon the topics that my colleagues and other panelists are experts on. This is the last panel, so we can go on forever. The heroes are not tired. They don't seem to be tired, so we'll start from the beginning. You can go on until 8 p.m. Right, but I will miss my plane if I continue until 8 p.m. Right. We've heard about different solutions in Ukraine, solutions for economy management, for stimulating entrepreneurship. And I would like to say something that doesn't pertain to energy security as such, but something that should be noted and emphasized. For example, I'm a member of the supervisory board of a large state-owned company in Ukraine that has a staff of more than 11,000. And there's a certain desire to ensure proper corporate governance, to separate state-owned businesses, which are a relic of the past, but they are still live and out there in Ukraine, from the influence of the government. There's a concept of an independent supervisory board with most experts appointed in a competition supervised by international financing institution like the World Bank or the IMF or representatives of the European Commission. In general, the supervisory board is made up of representatives from different European countries. There are about 70 candidates for 3 to 4 seats in a supervisory board, so becoming a member of the supervisory board is a success in itself. I think we should look at Ukraine from the perspective of some competitive advantage that may be underestimated and overlooked, but it's being implemented. And if you think of how supervisory board members are being appointed in state-owned companies, you will realize the difference there. But coming back to the main topic, what I want to say is that when it comes to energy security, it hinges upon certain historical events and implications. We live in the place where we live. Sometimes when I have classes with my students, I start telling them stories from decades ago when they were not even born yet. So they're looking at me as if I was a dinosaur. So I'm not trying to go back and tell them such stories, but I want to do it now when speaking about energy security. Gas is a good example here. And I must say that in 2009, when I became a president of the Polish operator of gas system, we had an opportunity to purchase gas from outside Russia in the amount of 9%. Only 9% of our consumption could be physically purchased from outside Russia. And I'm emphasizing this because there was no choice. There was no pipeline available. At some point, I talked to different ministers. Someone said, can we buy this gas from someplace else? And the answer was, how do you want to bring it to Poland, in a bucket or what? So we had no other option. We had to purchase gas from Russia. Ambassador mentioned the economic consequences. I'm an economist by profession. I must comment on this because it is true, and I want to make a reference to what Hans-Dietrich Genscher said, a wonderful foreign minister of Germany who died in 2016, but he was one of the most prominent diplomats in Europe, and he used a brilliant comparison to an alternative. He said, what is an alternative characterized by? Well, it's there. You have a choice. You have an alternative. It is there. It is available. Unfortunately, in 2009 and before, we didn't have such an alternative. There were no alternatives. What were the economic consequences? Well, we had to purchase gas at higher prices because if there was no alternative, we had to buy the gas at the price that was offered, just like it is the case with any other product you can think of. Looking for an alternative is priceless, and having an alternative is something we should always fight for and be happy about having it. What were the consequences? Imagine that we paid statistically 20-30% more than our partners from Western Europe. If you imagine that you're buying 10 million of cubic meters of gas at higher prices by $300, for example, you'd spend $3 to $4 million per year. If you pay 20% more, you're spending about $1 billion more than our Western partners. It shows how competitive the economy can be or cannot be.
In 2009, we implemented an investment whose value was 8 billion zlotys at least. And we changed the entire topology of the grid and the possibilities of accepting gas. And I was asked, where will you take the money from? Well, to begin with, I said, we will borrow, and then the investment will return itself, the cost of gas and transport and so on. If you add it all, then the LNG terminal that I completed here in 2016, the other side of the Świna River, and the other bank of the river in Świnoujście, then the cost was about 3 billion zlotys. When I calculated it roughly, the return on investment came a year later. That is why this initiative is so important. Now, when talking about gas, we did perform quite an effort, a gigantic effort, throughout all these years in order to get independent of a single supplier. Regardless of how we perceive this supplier now, given the aggressive behavior they exert, even based on economic reasons only, that choice was a necessary one. So the answer to the question about the cost is, well, the cost should not be the highest cost possible, of course, but certain things have to be done. The same concerns the majority of energy carriers. This alternative is priceless. How to implement it? Well, the other side of the coin is a question about, okay, so how much of that all you need? How many terminals, how many meters of gas pipelines should you build? I remember when I was a young person and attended classes in economics, one of the lecturers would ask us how many assets you should have in the company. There were different answers concerning this capital company should have, and the answer was as much as is needed. The answer is simply straightforward. You need to have as much as needed, so not too much, because the assets are costly. Maintaining it, investing, insuring it, these are all costs. So how to stay safe and secure in terms of supplies, and how to make sure that you get it for a reasonable price? Well, the answer is market integration. When you look at the European market, be it the one concerning gas or other energy carriers, we've got a completely different options than in a situation in which we have scattered markets. We have several dozen terminals, different connections, and it is far easier to distribute gas if you're integrated with a market that is big, that is worth taking care of and being integrated further. So independence and energy security is not about producing a lot of assets, capital, and adding new elements of infrastructure, because, as I said, it costs, and not only when the investment is being erected, but also in its lifetime. Somebody has to pay for that. But instead, we should make the most of the perspective of a big player, that is the integrated market. Well, we managed to connect our market to the European one. We have noticed positive consequences. For example, the lowering of prices. The integration of the market is easier, it concerns all these factors I mentioned, so I'm absolutely positive that such integration is a path towards lower costs, rather than building huge economic facilities located at the so-called national market. As for Ukraine, as probably I'm running out of time, in terms of Ukraine's path, I believe that it is no different. Of course, the prospects of Ukraine concerning gas, as mentioned by one of our colleagues at one of the previous sessions, is different because we are talking about a huge system, Europe's second biggest, focusing on the transit of gas. Of course, there will not be a transit of gas anymore, or it will be limited, so we need to think about how to restructure it. This is not what I'm going to focus on. You can use it, for example, to transport something else. Our colleagues from Ukraine are working on that, and they know which way to go. However, from the point of view of a big picture, it makes perfect sense for Ukraine to be part of the big European family. It is beneficial for Ukraine because this is a way of safeguarding, of ensuring safety, security, but also it is beneficial for Europe because a considerable part of Ukrainian infrastructure can become an important component of energy security in Europe. Thinking about gas, for example. We've heard about gas as storage, that energy needs that much. In Ukraine, it's about 300 billion cubic meters. It's 3.5 in Poland, so you can see that the potential in Ukraine and the capacities there are huge. Integration is necessary, certain financial mechanisms, so that potential partners from Europe feel comfortable, but that's of course doable. So the idea is, as I said, towards integration, never dividing, splitting, because that leads to some scattered solutions with a big initial cost of the investment and later substantial costs of maintaining the entire assets set. And well, we often think that energy security is something that the state is always responsible for. Of course, it does in terms of regulatory issues, but that does not mean that we feel safe, provided we have state-owned companies only. No, I can give you multiple examples, starting with the US, where there are no state-owned companies and there are no shortages of electric power or gas, and there will not be any shortages of this kind. Now, the final remark in this contribution is that we do not need to think in the categories of having to have big state-owned companies responsible for our security, because first of all, they do not guarantee security at cheap prices or common sense in use. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for a very interesting analysis of both the markets and the industry. I have a brief question concerning prices. Looking at statistical data from the Chief Statistical Inspectorate of Poland for the previous year, we've got a deficit of some 20 billion euro. Is the first time that this deficit has been so high. I don't have access to detailed analysis, but it appears likely that it has to do with the change of the system of paying for energy carriers. Do you think that this is because the previous year was exceptional in that we kept searching for sources and suppliers globally, and that an order will be brought and LNG prices will prove to be friendly enough for us to be able to return, in terms of international trade, to better results like the ones that we used to have for a number of years, with positive balance? Of course, well, I do not have access to detailed analyses because it is not me who analyze it, but we know the general rules. If the market of a single supplier breaks down, then globally the prices rise. So that means that we had to pay more, for example, for gas. The prices grew 3, 4, 5-fold at certain points. It's all returning to the normal average level. It's all getting stabilized, but many things are done in a chaotic manner, like purchasing coal that is bought just anywhere, with price not being the decisive factor. When you buy something and you do that under pressure, then of course it has little to do with common sense. So the prices will return to the rational level. Maybe they will be somewhat higher than they used to be because the market of suppliers has also changed. But I failed to mention one important thing, and this conclusion is that our goal should be abandoning fossil fuels. It is not just because it's some eco-friendly phobia, but it's because if we want to think about energy security, then in the long run, this is a solution that we should prefer. We are not Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or Qatar that have the carriers within their borders. We don't. We need to buy them, and that makes us dependent. That is why we need to build alternative solutions, and they are in renewable energy sources. So we should really make efforts towards that, and any efforts towards that aim should be appreciated. Now I would like to ask our Ukrainian guest, Mr. Denis Vinsky, representing the Center for the 21st Century Global Strategies, to take the floor and to give us the Ukrainian perspective. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for enabling me to take the floor today among the real friends to Ukraine. I would like to thank you, jumping at this opportunity. I would like to thank the inhabitants of Poland and the Polish government for the support granted to Ukraine in those difficult times. The mission of our organization is to carry out the analysis of global threats to Ukraine. Unfortunately, we have a very serious enemy. I'd like to remind you of the energy crisis that we had prior to the war. That was not an official crisis, and it concerned many industries. Russia uses its assets as weapons. The fact that it has gas makes it use gas as weapons. Unfortunately, tomorrow Russia is not going to vanish, and we need to think of how to bear with it. When a full-fledged war started in Ukraine, the troubles affected the entire fuel-related infrastructure. Well, actually, the fuel industry is non-existent in Ukraine. Now we should be thinking about its restructuring, rebuilding. Well, no point at this moment, because if you erect any infrastructure towards this goal, it will be destroyed another day. So we should have a broader overview. When the fuel crisis started in Ukraine, Poland, which I would like to thank you for once again, was the first country that started supplying fuel to Ukraine. Unfortunately, that resulted in a similar fuel crisis in Poland, and the same concerned neighboring states. Why has it so happened? Well, this fuel logistics system was not ready for what happened. Unfortunately, we need to bear this in mind that Poland and the Baltic states constitute the eastern border of NATO. And this NATO system, from the point of view of fuel-related logistics, military logistics, and so on, as of today, does not respond to the threat from Russia.
Energetic.
That's why we perceive the reconstruction of the energy sector in Ukraine as a part of the joint logistics and fuel system and so on. I would like to say that Ukraine has some serious prospects for producing biomethane, biodiesel, and hydrogen. And this should be the foundation for creating something which you have called the integrated system, and something that should provide energy security to Ukraine and to Eastern European countries as well. It must be an integrated system, because this is the only way we can respond properly to any threats from Russia. This is the only way to go about it. The world supports Ukraine very much, but as I said, Russia is not going to disappear tomorrow. It will stay within its borders, and it is going to continue its policy we are seeing now. It is a superpower with nuclear weapons, unfortunately, and the right step we can take is to create a joint system that can respond to such risks. This is the only way. Ukraine has a strong intellectual potential. I worked in the largest design company in Ukraine. We designed pipelines, gas stations, gas plants for Russia before the war. The largest infrastructure facilities in Russia were designed in Ukraine, in fact. The longest gas pipeline with the pressure of 110 bars. Zurich-Auhensvall, the longest pipeline, was also designed in Europe, was also designed in Ukraine. Clearly, we need decarbonization, and there are standards to be implemented. Ukraine is moving towards decarbonizations and wants to meet European standards, because it must be an all-European system. What I would also like to say is that the reconstruction, rebuild of Ukraine will be general in nature, in the sense that construction machines are not fueled by electricity. But it doesn't change the goals Ukraine has. Ukraine wants to minimize its carbon footprint. And we have some prospects for producing biomethane, biodiesel, and so on. As far as I know, an association of small producers of biomethane in Ukraine is being established, and they will be an important player on this market. They will be in this market together, and I see great prospects of cooperating with Poland here. This gas infrastructure we have in place today, clearly it will not be used the way it used to be, but we can rely on what we have. I was here in Poland. I attended a number of conferences this year, and we talked about Dobrodów pipeline from Poland. And I would like to say that before the war, Poland and Ukraine perceived it as an oil pipeline. I know that Polish and European standards are similar for diesel and oil pipelines. And I think that here what you need to do is to build a system that will allow for flexibility. First of all, use it for diesel supplies to the Ukrainian army. And then the next stage, use it for supplies between Poland and Ukraine. We have access to two seas, which also offers some bright prospects for the future. Thank you very much for this clear-cut position and some information on the potential of Ukraine at the onset of the integration effort, about the intellectual potential and some others. Now let's move on to a practitioner. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Piotr Szewczyk, President of the Management Board of APS Energy, a company which is successful in the energy sector, but I think we shouldn't say anything more because we need to focus on the vision and the challenges of the future. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for this introduction. I would like to thank the Polish and Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce for the opportunity of being here and presenting my ideas, comments, and theses. Some of them were communicated by a professor, and I agree with what he said on gas. I would like to thank this opportunity and refer to the geographical location and the fact that we have Ukrainian colleagues here, and I would like to answer your question and offer something interesting towards the end of the session. So I am going to present some personal comments and make some references to our Ukrainian guests. When it comes to energy security, clearly we must meet the requirement of certain installed power volumes. We had the Black Sunday. As you remember, I disagree with this definition. It was the happiest Sunday you could imagine, the happiest Sunday in the history of Polish energy sector. On that Sunday, the operator disconnected a number of renewable energy sources because we had a surplus of energy in the system. There were too many sources in the system, and it was just one of the preconditions for energy security. The second was the accumulation, and I will also refer to it in terms of building different generation options in the Baltic shelf. In 2013, PricewaterhouseCoopers prepared a lengthy case study on building the 8 gigawatt energy in offshore wind farms on the Baltic Sea, 30 to 40 kilometers away from the Baltic shore. But what happens if there's no wind? Should the energy be accumulated and the passive power balanced in the system? In this region, apart from the lower Oder River and some smaller generation units, we don't have such units available. That's why an idea was presented, and the only proper way of using hydrogen was to create huge hydrogen storage in the region. There are some technological problems for creating huge hydrolyzer facilities, and the fuel cells are incredibly expensive for now. I hope that in the future, when this type of production becomes mass production, the components will get cheaper and Poland will become one of bright examples of how wind energy from shelf can be used and this energy can be accumulated. The Żarnowiec water power plant is an example of accumulating such energy in Poland. I don't want to stop if Poland wants to expand its industry. We want our GDP to keep growing, which means that we should expand the systems we have in place. The systems should be extended with nuclear power plants. I am a big fan of installing such systems. We know that in eastern Pomerania region near Żarnowiec we'll have nuclear power plants with 4 blocks. 2 other nuclear plants are supposed to be built in Poland as well, one in Greater Poland, the other near Bełchatów, probably. These are possible locations. This is great news, and I hope that our government will stick to the plans and promises they have made. Apparently, all the indications are that these nuclear power plants will be built in the future. There are some private initiatives as well aimed at extending the SMR systems. It's brilliant from the point of view of energy security, not only in the context of what's happening in Ukraine. However, these systems will require accumulation. I don't want to go into some engineering solutions and details, but these systems will require storage solutions, and lithium ionic batteries can be used, or hydrogen storage. This is energy security perceived as the volume of installed energy. But let's return to Ukraine. There are some kinetic damages, as I would like to call them, and we need to think about what it's like. Poland is not as safe as you may think of. Some missiles crossed the border with Poland, and then they could have hit energy infrastructure in Poland. I would like to refer to a statement made by one of the gentlemen yesterday. He spoke at the panel today and gave us some great news that despite the damage of the infrastructure in Ukraine, the grid is operational. There was a huge blackout at first because nobody in the 21st century believed that we could have such a situation in the 21st century. It would be a great sin to underestimate the experience of Ukraine and draw some conclusions. when it comes to the Polish-Ukrainian context and the installed power, I would like to take a look into the future of, maybe not the future of humanity, but the future of us here in Europe, and think about energy sources. We need to move away from fossil fuels. They will be depleting anyway. For 15 years, I've worked with low temperature plasma, and I am a big fan of this type of energy. It's related to nuclear energy. It's been used in a very chaotic way in the thermonuclear synthesis. As an example, the Manhattan Project, coordinated by Robert Oppenheimer from 1945, the project cost $5 million. If we think about the costs of the war damages and the costs of reconstruction of Ukraine, it's huge, even if we take into account the inflation. Thermonuclear synthesis hasn't been prepared for civilian purposes. The Americans are getting, and the Chinese are getting close. If they do it, we'll have the primary energy for free, in fact. It will offer tremendous opportunities to humanity for getting energy, because fossil fuels will deplete sooner or later. We're all talking about renewable energy sources, but we mustn't forget that producing blades for wind farms or PV units, well, you need coal. Coal is needed for producing those components. Nobody's talking about it, but this is the way it is. People are hypocrites, including me, because I drive a car that required a lot of energy from fossil fuels to be manufactured. And a comment on the Manhattan Project. It involved many Nobel Prize winners, Bohr, Fermi, Neumann.
And Stanisław Uran, certain representative of a Lviv school. Without him, the bomb wouldn't have been produced. Well, he worked on special statistical phenomena. He cooperated with Stefan Banach. So we do have a certain common record related to the development of nuclear power. And the final reflection I'd like to share concerns building on the experience of our colleagues from Ukraine. Their huge experience in nuclear power. Poland wishes to build a nuclear power plant, but I've been given no information about new chairs appearing at technical universities or technical secondary schools appearing that would train servicemen, or other secondary schools. And I remember when back in the 80s we got ready for the construction of the Żarnowiec nuclear power plant. Professor Celiński at the Warsaw University of Technology ran the chair for nuclear power, and in Żarnowiec and Gdańsk we had 2 nuclear technical schools. Now we have a single one in Otwock that has been existing for a while now, and that educates staff to serve 2 medical reactors, one of the top ones in the world. So there are things to be done, and certainly we will want to use, in the positive sense, our colleagues from Ukraine. Thank you very much. And also, final remark, a very interesting one and quite up to date. Last but not least, the representative of BGK, Bogdan Zawdewicz, that is the manager of the international analysis team of the bank. Thank you very much. I enjoy the comfort of being the last speaker in the panel, so I can refer to what we've heard from the other speakers. In terms of investments into the alternative fuel infrastructure. This is something that has been going on. We are an implementing partner within CEF. We as the bank have been participating in the projects. These are big projects. This is just to mention that the real progress is being made. As for the gas that you've mentioned, it's always been perceived, not only in Poland, but in Western Europe in particular, as this transitory fuel to support power transformation in Europe, and probably it will remain to be substantial in the energy mix in Europe. Now, when we talk about hydrogen versus Ukraine, some time ago, I went to Košice, and there were some representatives of the European Commission present. There was the Prime Minister of Slovakia and representatives of other industries of the private sector as well, and also representatives of Ukrainian institutions. Košice was not coincidental. The entire eastern part of Slovakia is where you'll find the so-called Hydrogen Valley. Slovakian idea and the idea of the entire European Union was presented there of involving Ukraine into the hydrogen transit systems. I know that it's all at a fledgling state, but it's what we call the European hydrogen backbone or spine. And I believe that Ukraine could be a substantial producer of hydrogen. This is at least what I understood and how it was talked about during the meetings there. Now, I would like to present to you more geo-economic regional prospects concerning energy security. And I'd like to do that against the backdrop of the events in Central and Eastern Europe over the last 12 months. This is something that has strengthened our collective feeling concerning energy security. Now, starting from Poland, we have a number of infrastructural projects, particularly concerning gas. I'm talking here about gas interconnectors. We have one with Lithuania, Czechia, Slovakia. Baltic pipe has been launched. It is all a consequence of decisions that were made in the past. What makes us stand out in the region is that every consecutive government supported the projects towards diversifying energy sources in Poland. I'm taking here a comparative stance. I've been dealing scientifically as a researcher also with the region, and I can see these positive occurrences that we have also taken part of the responsibility for energy security of our neighbors. Moving further southwards, of course, our northern neighbors have an LNG terminal. In the west, in the south, we have Bulgaria. It had ambivalent relationship to Russia. We could see the situation concerning gas, and then there was a radical change. Gazprom withheld the supplies to Bulgaria, and what mattered there was the response from the European Union. The Bulgarians created an interconnector at the border with Greece. There, an LNG terminal was opened recently. From there, gas will be supplied to the entire Western Balkan area, and the Bulgarians are dealing with it. Well, they have managed to get independent from the Russian gas, and the gas that comes to Greece comes mostly from the US, but also there are projects from Azerbaijan as well. And there are ideas of increasing gas production in Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan. The talks are being held with the European Union, getting ever more active. Particular commissioners have started paying visits to Baku. That also matters a lot. Then we have an LNG port in Croatia, where right after the first moments of the Russian aggression, decisions have been made about doubling the throughput capacity of the terminal. And again, that will stretch upon securing supplies to Serbia, Bosnia, course, gas is not that important in their energy mix, but still, that was always a certain argument in the hands of Russia. We have Hungary that have the biggest gas storages, and again, they are safeguarding themselves and trying to get integrated with the Western European gas transmission system. What I'm trying to say is that these countries, these governments, responded promptly, of course, with a considerable support from the European Union, to the consequences of the Russian aggression and the power crisis that resulted from it. Now, still on the countries of Western Balkans, they have poor governments, much weaker resources than we do. And an interesting story is the energy package of over 2 billion euro from it. What is financed is both RES, both grants and credits, and even what is important from the point of view of local economies, what is also supported is the pricing policies there, and this is all to limit the influence of Russia in that region, the region that's very much susceptible to the influences from outside Europe. We also have Czechia, for example, that had troubles with nuclear fuel. They used to buy it from Russia. And this nuclear fuel from Russia has been substituted to replace with the ones coming from the USA. Of course, these are just some examples of the activities responding to the aggression, but all that makes me rather optimistic. It appears that we've passed the test, and as Professor mentioned, that all stems from the fact that the countries of the region are integrated with Western structures. It is absolutely fundamental. There has been a critical discourse in Poland against Germany to the effect that Germany is far too much dependent on Russian gas. But let me tell you something that goes against the grain, because Germans were really well prepared to the situation of cutting themselves off from the Russian gas. From day one of the Russian invasion, Germans started touring the world, negotiating gas supplies, even at the point where they were not ready to accept those supplies, not having infrastructure back then. They negotiated prices, and that was very favorable to them. Nobody was in a position to offer better conditions than what they themselves could offer. They invested in LNG terminals, 4, then 3 additional ones are in the pipeline. They're also developing gas storage, and the transit infrastructure is being built. The Czechs contracted supplies at an LNG terminal in the Netherlands. A platform is being built for common orders and purchase gas together. So there's this whole area of joint efforts that strengthen not only the feeling of energy security, but actually factually strengthening this security. Now, in terms of Ukraine, I've also come across the concept of building an LNG terminal in Gdańsk in cooperation with our Ukrainian partners. I'm not sure what stage this project is at, but the positive scenario envisages the construction of this LNG terminal and completing it in 3 to 4 years' time, and that would be the source of supplies of gas to Ukraine. But also there are concepts of building a gas pipeline. I guess this is an American idea, to build a gas pipeline from Poland, Gdańsk, to Ukraine. And I think that it's obvious that Ukraine also needs to diversify its resources, pure resources, and I guess that this process is going to keep on developing. And I guess that's all from me for now. I'd like to refer to another element concerning energy transfer. It might not be the topic that gets a considerable media coverage, which surprises me. At the end of April, the Chmielnic power plant interconnector has started to operate, 3 times 400 kV, and as far as I know, until the end of May, from the 15th of May until the end, we are talking about stock exchange trading. And then, as far as Poland is concerned, there's going to be monthly transactions concerning Poland. Orlen Synthos and PSE are planning to build another interconnector from Rowińska power plant to home, and this is a fledgling one. There is no line there. It has to be built from scratch, but that's a very optimistic scenario. Ukraine wishes to build 6 interconnectors of that kind, as far as I know, and here, ironically, you mentioned that those sources can be endangered, but we are talking here about nuclear power plants. I don't think that those 2 plants I've mentioned are threatened. 6 interconnectors built from Ukraine, that's a transfer of 6 gigawatts. That's a huge volume that Ukraine would like to transfer, not only to the countries of the European Union, but to Europe as such. So this idea of integration that you mentioned, Professor, is ongoing, not only in terms of gas, but also nuclear. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're nearing the end of the panel. But having such distinguished panelists with us, it is hard to resist the temptation to ask them questions. Should you have any more energy and will, we would gladly take 2 to 3 questions from the floor. Information concerning offshore wind, you referred to studies from 2013. Now 5.9 gigawatts of installed power have already been distributed across 8 wind farms that will be connected in 2026-27 to the grid. Of course, it's all close to the Słupsk spit, but for the second stage, the government has already lifted it up to 12 gigawatts of installed power with 60% efficiency. So we are talking about half that power. So in a few years' time, we'll be shifting power from the north to the south. That means that massive grid parts will have to be built. But since we are dealing well with rebuilding LNG terminals, creating entirely new gas network, the same will concern our electric power grid. Another idea is the idea concerning the gas pipeline between Gdańsk and Brody. This idea is 20-something years old, and that is the idea that originated in Poland. I guess it's even older. Jacek, can you support me here? I guess it's even older, so if somebody says that it's Americans' idea, then well, pity, right? I wish it had been implemented before somebody started claiming it was an American idea. Now, regarding the Black Sunday, I would still claim that Sunday was black, because then we, the consumers, were burdened with much more expensive energy. That means black days. In terms of the gas pipeline, okay, we can say that the idea has always been around, but what we get from the Americans was an idea to finance it, so that became something more tangible than just discussing that hypothetically there has been a project discussed about for decades now. So the idea now has come to the stage of somebody actually planning to finance it. Is there any other question from the floor? Maybe somebody would like to crack a comment. Well, just a piece of information. The Uznam and Volyn hydrogen group was created. Hydrogen Valley. It has just been registered. So we would like to invite you to cooperate with us. The Volyn Uznam Hydrogen Valley. Stanisław Adamiak, I wanted to ask you about the following thing. Quite often regulations are changed in Poland concerning photovoltaics. We know that another amendment is about to be introduced, and an hourly system is going to be introduced concerning pricing policy. How do you think it will impact the development of those small sources? PV, well, we know that energy is generated when there is a lot of sunlight, and we've got a lot of power, and the prices are likely to drop. So generally speaking, this can result in grave consequences for the owners of these sources. How do you comment on that? Thank you. Well, I don't know much about PV in detail. I can only tell you that if you're expecting the law to be changed, then certainly it will not be a favorable change. Maybe as a user of a PV system, I will reply, and I believe that the direction is going to develop towards is small energy storage. So we will not be prosumers, but rather than that, we will be producers for our own purposes. And more often, it is said that there will be some opportunities of creating some batteries, but we would need some experts to respond. But surely it is likely to be a next step. If the government wishes to make the situation more difficult, we will have to respond and try to make it easier. Now, the time has come to call it a day. I would like to thank, first and foremost, our distinguished panelists for very interesting contributions. Practically speaking, everybody offered a slightly different angle representing a different milieu, but we actually talked about the same substantial topic. And so the general conclusion, as I wouldn't dare to offer you any kind of resume, is that largely the picture is optimistic rather than just doom and gloom. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panel speakers and the moderator alike. Thank you very much. Here's a group photo, please. And we'd like to invite you back here at 8 p.m. We are going to have an informal, this time informal, let me emphasize that, meeting back here. So see you at 8 p.m. Thank you.
W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen. W trosce o zieloną przyszłość każdy ma swoją rolę do odegrania, również Orlen. Dlatego inwestujemy w czystą i tanią energię. Wraz z rządem wykorzystamy technologię małych reaktorów modułowych, bezpiecznych i zasilających całe aglomeracje. Orlen.